this video. And the other thing I'm going to be trying to do is co-streaming today. So we'll see how that goes because I've never done that before, but I think I figured out how to do it. And it should be pretty interesting if this works. I'm not sure if it will work, but it'd be pretty neat if it did. So I want to talk about the QA video. I think I'm trying to figure out the co-streaming thing. Uh, if that works, then we don't really have to do too much with it. I think it's working. I'm not 100% sure though. The other thing too, there's some like New World League stuff kind of happening, but as like many people know, we kind of have a lot of downtime. Like we have till, well, how many days till like October? Is it 15th? Yeah, 125 days till we get major content drop. Uh, so we got a while till then. I think if I want to boot up New World, I haven't booted up New World in like 3 or 4 days, but I guess I'll boot up New World for now since this is going to be like New World focus at the beginning. Uh, if we're streaming towards the end, I'll probably transition to like Albion or Overwatch or something like that. Because I don't want to be stuck on New World for forever since it's not a super fun game right now because of all the bugs, but it's okay. Chat for your YouTube is disabled? Hmm. Yeah, I don't know how to get that to go to here. This is my first time ever figuring this out. I see that though. Like I'm trying to figure this out. They want. What do they want? Okay. Hey, Crush. I could try to modify this. Oh, you know why it's messed up? Well, it's mirroring the settings on Twitch, and Twitch uses a lower bit rate, so that's why that's messed up. I don't know how to turn on the stuff for the chat. But it's not super easy to use from what I'm seeing. I just figured this would be something that's a little bit different that I can put on. Uh, So for people that are on the YouTube side, I have not figured out how to get the chat working, but it works at least on Twitch. We're using an open source extension that I've never used before, so the Twitch experience might be better for now. My end hope is so that VODs are a little bit easier to watch, because I find watching VODs on Twitch is like kind of difficult. And I think it's going to be easier to like watch stuff back on YouTube. And then there's like a aspect of like, say I'm like streaming a war or something like that. Like I used to upload those all to YouTube, and some people like to watch that, but I don't do that anymore because most people don't really want to watch it. But then like people have the option to watch it if they want to there as well. So I might play with it and try to figure out how to get the chat to work. But from what I'm seeing from my streaming settings, I don't really see an easy way to get that working. Like this is what I see. And my modify button has like not too much on there. I don't see a way to turn on chat like natively, but I'll look into it probably after this. unless someone like knows how this multi-stream works. Looks like another night of no wars. I mean, the reason why no wars have been happening is because of the bugs, but the bugs aren't being fixed. So that's the inherent reason why that's not happening right now. It is the dungeon week to like actually get the mutation loot that I need to get for EU, but I'm not super motivated to do it. Generally don't enjoy New World right now, so figure we do something like that, we get people in here, and then we start doing stuff. Must meet mutation rank requirement. Oh, have I not done a regular? Oh, I never did a regular. That's funny. So I can't get Butcher then. I can get the wall. Never mind. I've never done that either. No one has a lobby open. Okay, this might be a weekend problem then. We just don't worry about that on EU right now, and I just go NA. Yeah, it might be a weekend issue. Is Party Panda still on the map? I forgot to check, but I know they got declared on by a New World League company, and I think they're getting taken off the map. EU's also doing a New World League. I signed up as part of it, but I can only war in the weekends. I don't really expect to be starting in any of the wars, but it'd be interesting if I did. I think Kenneth and Lagoon are the other tanks. Lagoon's definitely going to be starting because it's his home like world. I would expect them to put Kenneth in because he's just going to be there all the time and that will be easier for them, but I might be better than Kenneth and like with the way that they're playing over there, so I don't know, that'll be interesting. I did see 3 territories they own. Okay, so they're probably fine then. We probably just took one. For the people on YouTube, if you guys are joining in, I do not know how the chat works. The Twitch chat is probably a little bit easier to use, but if you, I'll try to figure that out after this stream. I figured that we would try this though, and I did not know that there was a free way to do this until about 3 days ago. The problem is I don't know how much customizability I have with that extension. There is like some new stuff too to like talk about as well. Like the gear score thing apparently is being addressed, as in they're like actually looking at it as a real issue and they're like adjusting the damage formula, which I did not expect them to do. So they're going to a depth with that I didn't expect, which is good. But I think generally New World's not in a super great spot for obvious reasons, but there's some spots that are okay. From what I understand, most of the issues with from the New World perspective are driven by the people that are like making decisions rather than the employees, if that makes sense. So it's not necessarily, I don't think issues are necessarily QA's fault. I think it's like a combination of like a lack of resources for certain tasks to get completed and just poor direction. From what I understand right now. So what I'm probably going to do here, assuming this OPR queue is somewhat fast, what we usually like to do around here is we like to do one OPR, kind of let people get in, a little background footage, talk about whatever you guys want to talk about, and then we'll get into the content. Content today is not how many days till October 15th, which is what the counter really needs to be for every New World person. It's 125 days. It's what are we actually getting from the QA video, and then I wanted to talk about a leak that got deleted off of the New World Reddit that is actually likely true. But it looks like our OPR queue is stuck at 4 out of 40 because no one wants to queue OPR. And this is on East Coast and peak hours. Oh no. Might be kind of unlucky. Hopefully not, but we might be unlucky. They're having problems hiring people. I mean, yeah, I would expect them to have lots of problems hiring people. They are effectively, if you work at AGS right now, you're looking at like somewhat of a dead end job, right? Just because of the engine that you're using. you're using an engine that only one other company uses, and both of them it's effectively proprietary at this point because they both like edited their own engine, like so much to the point where no one else has something that's similar. Uh, so Lumberyard uh engine, like I don't think this is really used anymore. This was yeah, it was used in Crytek in 2015. So it's like in Amazon using in 2021. This hasn't been used for a while. Like the engine that a lot of people talk about. If you guys follow Dusty Y, you might have heard him talk about this a lot. Although I think he kind of overemphasizes it a little bit. Is a lot of people use Unreal Engine 5 now for game development for games of this size and like MMOs, just because it's a lot easier to get talent because a person that goes to school has actually used Unreal Engine 5 and they've not used Lumberyard in any respect. It's like free to engineers basically and for students. So they could actually get experience on that and they like, come into the workforce and they actually know what they're kind of doing. So from that perspective, you're trying to hire someone from AGS and it's like, hey, we want you to become a new world developer and learn this proprietary engine, which is probably, going to take like, give it 3 to 6 months to even like begin to know what you're doing, and then create all this stuff for us. So it's just hard. Like they're inherently going to have a disadvantage there. It's just really rough with the Unreal Engine. And then outside of that, like the leadership isn't the best. I imagine that most of the decisions for a lot of the stuff that New World and like AGS is pointing out uh is business driven. Let me look up Amazon games. They have it on their site here. Like a lot of the stuff that they put out isn't necessarily like because they want to do something. It's like they're doing a lot of business decisions, right? And you can like I think you can kind of hear that with this QA that we're gonna like look at in a bit. Um, but a lot of this stuff isn't necessarily up to the devs. It's more like a hey, we can make more money this way, so we should do it. And like one of the reasons why that ecosystem exists with New World is because it's a game that you buy once and then you don't necessarily pay a fee afterward, right? There's no recurring revenue from people that continue to play the game. So like financially, it doesn't make sense to support people that continue to play the game that much unless they're buying like a lot of stuff in terms of monetization, which I don't know if you guys are, but the only thing I'm buying is like server transfers at this point, because you just can't get off a dead server. But that happens every now and then. But it's just like kind of rough there. Like there's like I don't think there's like a very good reason to want to work at New World. It's like it's sort of like a game or like Amazon in general, like for games. It's just like it's rough since everything that you do I think is sort of frowned upon by other people at this point. It doesn't really have a great rep. It's gonna make it hard to hire. When I was applying for jobs at one point, I was looking at Meta at one point, and Meta had what they called like a hiring tax at the time because it had such bad PR that they were consistently paying like 25% more than everyone else for the same talent because no one wanted to work at Meta. And like I think it's a similar thing. But I don't think Amazon pays more. They actually pay less, which doesn't usually work out very well. If you're paying less and people don't like what you're doing, it's like kind of hard to get people to like join your company. Those two don't typically go together. So we're on IG and VG in this OPR. Doors are bugged right now, so you can't consistently go through them. That's what you guys just saw right there. It's like one of the bugs that I don't think I made a ticket for, but it exists. Amazon needs to release Throne and Liberty finally. I mean, I think they're scared because of what happened in Korea, right? Throne and Liberty did very, very well. And then basically people got to the end game, kind of like New World, and then they're like, what is there left to do? And then people stop playing. Like, that's a kind of a problem that's continuous with a lot of Amazon products right now. Or at least from AGS's standpoint. They're having a problem in terms of retention. They're like really focused on getting new people in the door to the point where they're not really maintaining people. All right, we need to get out of here in a second. I've not played this game in 3 days, and my sense feels so weird. My sense in this game is completely different than my other games. I think it's much higher. This is surprising. There's a surprising amount of bruisers in this OPR. Usually there's a lot less than this. I do have keen speed on my orbs, which is why I can kind of play a little closer than typical. But oh, we alt tabbed for some reason. My screen is being weird. All right. You playing New World? You should be on Albion. I agree, but I figured I'd start with New World because people probably want me to start with the game I'm going to be talking about. Towards the end of the stream, I'm probably going to be moving over to Albion. I'm not going to lie. Or I'll be moving over to Overwatch, but probably Albion because I've been enjoying that a little bit more than Overwatch lately. We went through that list of like MMOs. We got to the end of it, and I was like, I think for me personally, I would like Albion the most, and I've been playing Albion for the last 2 or 3 days, and I have like 15 hours in it like already. And it's been very harsh because it's like a full loot game in some aspects, depending on what you do, and I am all about risking it all. But it's been very fun. Very, very different. Jesus Christ, let me live. Oh my god. Thank you. At least Throne and Liberty devs are kind of based in changing the game in 6 months more than at the New World shoot, I need water again. More than in New World's release. Yeah, no, 100%. Sorry guys, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go dive in a bush and go grab water. I am still getting over that cold after 3 weeks for some reason. We should be good. It's gonna be a fast OPR, isn't it? We're already getting tripled. Did you see Jay Oddity's video and comments? He says that he's gonna start moving away from New World. I did not, but I've seen his other channels. I am likely gonna be doing the same. I don't know if I'm gonna go content creator mode like he is. Like he's becoming a news channel, right? That's what Jay's approach is. I don't think I am necessarily best for news because I don't show my face, and I feel like a thing that news channels are usually good at is they're usually like kind of emotional. You can see people's reactions very, very well, and that's not something I'm comfortable at doing. So I don't know if I'm going to be going completely towards that, but I'd be interested in exploring. Like, it's bad, especially when Jay can't even cope. Yeah. Jay is usually like very, very pro New World. And like there's a few other people too, like that are usually very, very pro New World and have not taken a pro New World stance at all when it's come to the last kind of drama. Jay the last cope. No, there's like tiers, right? Like Trick always complains. I typically complain. Most of the videos I put out, I complain. But then there's like other times where I I think like less harsh than other people. I I usually tried not to complain as much as like more so like, hey, this is bad and this is why kind of thing. Like I want to be more objective. I don't know if it comes off that way, but that's what I try to be. I definitely have been more opinion based recently though. Uh, Jay is usually more along the lines of like, it will probably be okay. But like these are things I'm concerned about. Like he's a little bit more objective, I guess. But no, he's not objective like necessarily. He has opinions. He just like has less harsh opinions, from what I see. Wonder if Lily's gonna cover his floor pat. Dude, I'm worried about Lily. Like actually worried because like he is effectively pro in New World right now. And he is very likely gonna have to transition at least for a few months. Once the console people come out, I think Willie will have content. But for what he's doing right now, I'm concerned about him for the next couple of months. Like, I hope he has savings. Which, if you guys are thinking about, like, giving money away, I would give it to him. I would not give it to me. Like, I am financially in an okay spot right now, but I think he will be in a not-so-great spot, and there's other people, too, that will be in a less good spot than me. So I would direct stuff towards him. Well, he doesn't have savings, I assure you. I know, that's why I'm so worried. Like, I can kind of tell. But it's like, I hope he does, but, like, I think he doesn't either. Like, if I got fired with no severance right now, I would be okay for probably at least, like, 2 or 3 months. Like, I don't think Willie would be able to go that far. I figured the best part of the update is that the devs haven't mentioned yet. Uh, there are some hidden things that they haven't mentioned that I know about but can't necessarily say because it's just like NDA stuff, but I wanted to talk about that. I'm not under NDA, but I know stuff that like some people that were under NDA at one point told me. How old are you anyhow? Generic? Oh, like 24. I'm not old. Oh, I like to think I'm not old. Some people call me old. It depends on what game you play. If I go back to Overwatch, they think I'm a grandpa. They're like, oh my god, you're 24? That's crazy. And it's like, oh, please no. Yeah. I'm pretty fresh out of the whole uni system. We went in there, we didn't get value, we'll leave. Like, only I've been in the workforce for like a year and a half, but I worked every summer, basically. When I get called an old man, I enjoy letting him know I'm kicking their asses. I don't really do that well anymore in those games, though. The young people are always better than the old people in those games. They're most of the ones that I play. So I want to go to Baron, but the problem is I'm probably going to die going to Baron. I think we go for this area. If that makes sense. We didn't crit? There's no way we didn't crit. I need to stay on Void Gauntlet for the Fortify now. Alright, we're good. So I want to go overshoot this way and then wrap around the back. So, yeah, we're good now. We got life stuff. Games have gotten way zoomer oriented. Yeah, I mean, that's just like a trend in general, right? Like you look at the traditional MMO, as like a lot of people like to call it. I'd argue the traditional MMO doesn't really exist at this point, and instead a lot of games have elements of an MMO but aren't actually an MMO. Like, I wouldn't call New World an MMO because I would argue that New World doesn't have a raid system, and the raid system that they have right now is not like a traditional MMO's like raiding system, but most people would call New World an MMO. It's like one of those things where it's like a lot of games are MMO-like, but they aren't necessarily MMOs. New World is getting DirectX 12 as a W. Oh, that's so good, by the way. That's like a really underrated thing that like no one's talked about as being a benefit. That's crazy helpful. That's going to improve the frame rate a lot because it effectively lets New World like overclock systems that were not overclocked before. So you can basically just get more processing power out of like your GPU. So like get through that real quick. Oh wait, we're dead. I didn't have Tomb. There's a bug with Tomb to get through that. But what that effectively does is like right now at New World, if I open up Task Manager, with New World open, right? We look at performance. If you look at GPU, it's going to say like it says 65, 67%, right? It's not fully utilizing my GPU. What this is going to make it do is it's basically going to make it so that you use more of your GPU to get a faster like output from your GPU. It's going to make it so that you, in theory, could have higher frames and get better graphics. Like that's basically what DX12 does and why everyone gets so hyped about it. It just improves the quality overall because it lets you use more. Hopefully we can play with War with at least 80 ms latency at least. It won't affect network speed, but it will affect your frames in war, right? Because like for me, for instance, I typically get around like 60 FPS and everything outside of war, and in war I will dip down to about 25 to 30 FPS. There are some players that get like 120 FPS in wars, and those players tend to do a little bit better. So hopefully that like levels the playing field a little bit more. There are other games that are really optimized that like do this very well. Like Overwatch, for example, there are players that will literally that are pros and play with like 400 to 500 FPS, which is like unheard of in any other game except for like League of Legends, uh, Valorant maybe, and like Overwatch. Like I don't know a lot of other games that have that kind of crazy benefit. War's mainly CPU bound, not GPU. Yeah, exactly. That's what I argued. I was like, I don't think it's going to be a big like improvement, but it's like it's a step in the right direction. Like that's something that like should have been done years ago, for instance. It would be interesting if they offer support of the pass system too, or if they just force everyone to use it. Because I know, for example, Baldur's Gate 3, they offered the option to switch between those. Because the other version was a little bit more stable for some systems. Yeah, I can't live that. Okay. Hey, Christina. Uh, I owe you some Apex time. A lot of Apex time at this point. I don't know if New World is going to be able to code like WoW. Yeah, no, it won't. But we'll maybe, like, say if you're 60 FPS before, maybe you can get to, like, you know, like 80 or 100. Like, that's a very big improvement. And for something like consoles is 100% necessary. The fact that we'll be living with the current version of Slayer makes me not want to log in. Yeah, I do not like that a lot. If you guys, if anyone is on, I see there's like 120 people on the YouTube side. I have not figured out how to get the YouTube chat to work from the multi-streaming perspective. I will try to figure it out after this. This is like an open source plugin that's completely free that was made by some dude in China. So I don't, like, it's not written in English, so I have like kind of a hard time like figuring out everything. Like parts of it are written in English and they're translated, so I'm trying to figure it out. But, uh, if you guys like the YouTube more, I will hopefully be able to get you guys an option to watch with that in the future, or whatever you guys prefer. I know I like the VODs on YouTube a lot more than I do on Twitch. And that's my announcement towards that. Okay. I got a new rig with a 4080 Super and a Ryzen 7800 X3D. I think that's what Faint has, or Faint has something like that, and it gets like 120 FPS in wars, which is like bonkers to me. Alright, you're going infinite here. We're doing Mag Gauntlets things. Alright, we're done going infinite here. Let's see if we're gonna kill. I don't think we're gonna be able to get a kill. And it's the end of the OPR. Alright, so after this, we'll talk about the dev video. I think we have enough people hanging out. That CPU is super powerful, though. Are you frame capping? Yeah. What's Slayer? Slayer, so there's effectively like 3 combat systems that New World's working on. Maybe 2. I don't really know if I think Slayer's part of the console one. But we're kind of misled, believe that that would actually improve our PC stuff at the time being, and it clearly did not. But New World had a system beforehand that was written in something proprietary that was likely came from Lumberyard that the devs didn't have a lot of insight into in terms of like controlling how stuff works. So this led to like bugs that were not easily trackable, and they couldn't like troubleshoot them with a traditional debugger, if that makes sense. So they couldn't use a debugger to troubleshoot bugs, which makes stuff really hard to fix. So then they moved to Slayer script, which allowed that, but by doing that, they basically had to restart from zero to enable this ability to have like a debugger. That's what they've done recently, and that's been what's resulted in a ton of bugs as of recent. And then the last thing that they're trying, or it's like with this console thing, is I think they're doing something a little bit different, or they're updating the Slayer script to actually like properly work. And then that in theory will allow more people to be able to play the game. There'll be less bugs, like all the corporate benefits we want to talk about, but in reality, we don't know how good it will be because we don't have it right now. Okay. Oh, that's an OPR. Honestly, that was a relatively good OPR at this point in the game, but I think we look at the dev video now, and we don't distract ourselves with the other game. So if you guys have questions about any of this, I will be looking at the Twitch chat during it. This will likely get uploaded to YouTube at some point. I have not watched this video yet, so you guys are going to be seeing my reaction live. Some things I know going into this, a lot of this stuff, like as I talked about a little bit at the start of the stream, is a very business-oriented decisions. I don't know how much, like, Scott, for example, will have nothing to do with business. Katie will have nothing to do with business. They might back up the business decision because they are ultimately the fall guy, but they might not be the one saying, hey, New World needs to focus on launching on console, and we need to dedicate as many dev people as we need to do that, and don't care about the PC player base. I don't know if they're involved with that, but that's like my understanding right now. Scott, on the other hand, will likely have some involvement with the business decisions, and ultimately that seems to be what the guiding principle for New World is right now.
Right. Hey everybody, welcome to the June Q&A.
Let me turn down the volume a bit. I had it on max or something else earlier.
Of Forge in Eternum. I'm Scott. I'm here with
maybe
Katie
down a little bit
Dave,
more.
And we want to answer your questions. Before we start, though, I wanted to make a few acknowledgments. So we've just had our exciting announcement of New World Eternum, and we've seen a lot of questions from you. So this is really addressed to answer you, the PC players' questions. Rather than us pull each question out like we normally do, there were so many, we just thought we'd aggregate them down into to a smaller subset so we could answer as many as possible.
I heard they answered only 3.
As we can. Some good news, Chuck's filling in for Lovin today, so you won't be hearing us yell at him, we'll be yelling at Chuck just instead. Bring him on, Chuck.
No apology to start.
Why aren't communications...
Yeah, that's actually kind of crazy. No, that you think of, that you say that, Dargity. You would think that the start of this as a community QA video that is likely a little bit more addressed towards the PC market than the console market and like everything else like that, you would think that after the last week and like after the Steam reviews getting bombed, after a lot of people being upset, that they would start off with like a, hey, we hear you guys, we're sorry about the whole situation, we'll do better to improve. Like, you would think that there would be a public apology before they go into this. The fact that they didn't do that kind of says a lot in terms of them not being really forthcoming with like supporting the PC player base from the future, even, or like supporting like from a console perspective. Say that you're a new player and you're just getting in a New World, that like that shows just that they don't necessarily like, they're taking the time to do a Q&A, but they're not taking the time to apologize for something that they clearly didn't execute very well. So that's kind of crazy, actually. Okay, don't do Katie like that. No fat shaming.
More PC focused, given it's the PC audience who has been told to wait for June?
Our first announcement on June 7th was really important, that we had a very clear announcement for all of the new players.
Let me move you guys up a bit.
You have to remember, a lot of people have never heard of New World. They don't know what it is. So for us to get it out there, we wanted a nice, clean message to them.
As an existing New World player, what is my...
Okay, so they effectively, they're just targeting that audience that they're trying to captivate. I mean, if you think about it from like a numbers perspective, like a Steam charts thing, which, you know, Steam charts is going to show concurrent players. It's not going to show players that have played in total. For example, I was a current player in this game for about 15 minutes in the last 3 days. So that would not show up on this, but like maybe the 24-hour like aggregate of everyone that like logged into the game once is like 50,000 people, but it says 6,000. Like, but at the end of the day, they are catering towards that new audience. They're trying to get to the point where, you know, New World is doing this again with 913,000, not having 0. Like, I get that, but like, there definitely should be some assurance that you're like, you know, maintaining stuff for your current customer base, obviously. Like, if I'm a new customer and I'm looking at a studio and I hear that they don't support the player base, then I'm immediately turned off and I'm probably looking for a different game. So I understand where they're coming from that, but this video at least should have began with an apology towards the current player base, since this video clearly isn't targeting new players. It's not a targeted advertisement. People that are watching this like actually like, you know, play New World for the most part, so they definitely messed up there. PC has no players because of no content. Yeah, I mean, do we want to get into this rant now, or do we want to get to the end of the video and then get into the rant? I think we get to the end of the video and then we get into the rant towards that, but I agree.
My experience on October 15th.
Yeah, so
I
if
agree,
you're
Crush.
a current player, when this hits, you'll get all the new content if you have the Rise of the Angry Earth DLC. If you have
That's good
the
to
base
know.
game,
So it's free
you will get
effectively
some
for a lot
what
of
we've done, because
players,
there are quite a few quality of life improvements that we've included.
but you won't get all the
So your
content
experience
necessarily.
will be uninterrupted, your progression continues, and you continue your time in a tournament.
So no one's getting their character
Hopefully we'll
deleted.
have a
That's the
lot more
important part
players to play
there.
within the world as well.
That's the goal.
So why console?
Well, we've wanted to bring New World to console for a long time. I mean, if you've ever played it on a controller or on your couch, it just feels great. So I think it's something we've wanted to do for a long time, and I think we feel ready now. And I think, it's, like you said, it's going to bring a lot of new players to the game, which will be exciting.
That's a very political way to say my hand is forced because I have the 5,000 current players, but you also have to think when they've made this decision, they made this decision in September to October, right? When New World made this decision to pivot to console, I think you guys can see this if I zoom in a little bit better. They had like roughly 80,000 players, right? So New World put this out, they got 80,000 players. They're like, you know, those aren't the numbers that we're looking for. We need to add more players. We're not captivating the player base that we once have. And they're like, okay, we're going to pivot to console. And then that's when I think the ball started getting dropped. Like, I don't think we ever should have gotten to a point where we go from 80,000 players peak concurrent, so again, likely more than that, as we talked about earlier, to like 5,000 to 6,000 players usually at the current time. Are they sure it brings in new players? It likely will. I think the motivation here is more from a business side and less from like a dev side, from what I would think. It's not just about new players, but it's about new revenue as well, right? Like every one of those new players is paying $70. Every player that they bring back that played New World before that bought an expansion is bringing in $20 to $30. It just makes more sense to go after that different audience from a business perspective, but from like a player perspective and like a dev perspective, it is very, very obstructive to just shit on your entire current player base to chase something else. So that's where I think the line is kind of weird, and I don't really know what to think about there. Thank you, Gen HD, for the T1. We still got the soundboard from when Baboon got double kicked by us in one war, but that was from forever ago. For people that are joining on the YouTube side, I see there's 171 of you. If you guys want to use the chat, I know that the chat is not currently working. It works on the Twitch side. I have not figured that out yet. All right. Let's continue, I think.
What is being added for existing PC players come October 15th?
Yeah, Asian, I want to get into that a little bit
with the PC
later.
players who own Rise of the Angry Earth. Cutlass Keys has been up-leveled, and part of that up-leveling is a new free-for-all zone and a new 10-person raid that's a real raid. That up-leveling is a new free-for-all zone.
So the important thing to notice here is that this is a different faction than this is a different faction from this. Well, actually, are they the same faction? You can't even tell. From a different leak that we'll talk about later, this is a complete FFA. They talk about here how it's a complete FFA, meaning that there's, in theory, no teaming. I would argue after playing Albion for about 15 hours, there are a lot of things that they could do to limit this and be a lot safer about this than saying, hey, LBI Josh, do you want a 2v1 IBI here? Like, we could 2v1 this guy, steal, and then split his loot or something like that. Like, that is like a sort of thing that could happen within New World. You could play with a different player, but not be in the same party, and just effectively team up on people, kill them, steal their loot. It benefits both of you if you split the loot afterward at the end. And it's something that should be not encouraged by the game and should be, like, basically move towards being prevented, and that's something I don't think is necessarily happening.
And a new 10-person raid that's a real raid, 3 bosses, the true progression, and it's really, really hard.
I heard that the raid is good. My concern when they say 10-person raid is, and with 3 bosses, isn't a 3-boss encounter just an expedition or just something that we already had? Like, we have these 10 boss, or like 10-person like raids that go for 1 boss, and I guess you're killing 3. But like, I'd argue that that's like basically an expedition with no trash mobs, and hopefully the mechanics are good enough to like make up for it. I'm not necessarily sold off of what they said there. The Division Dark Zone was like that. Yeah, like Division Dark Zone. I mean, they also did that, right? Division came out after Albion. I imagine they learned that from Albion. The thing that concerns me is I don't think New World is learning from Albion, and Albion came out 4 years before New World did, and came out in 2017. So you think it in game that focuses on full loop PvP with 1v1 mechanics would be like something that's like a case study, and New World's like, hey, how do we learn from this? How do we implement something like this? Because this game has been so successful with the same business model, and we're basically copying it. I'm not convinced that they looked at that at all. There are things like basically popping in random spots in a territory, having the ability to not recognize other players, like in Albion, instead of saying the player's name, like we just saw. Like we see the player's name here, it would say Mysterious Challenger. You don't know who it is necessarily. That being said, with Albion, there are enough players to where even like off their transmog set, you wouldn't really be able to tell who they were. If it was in New World and there's like 5,000 players, you could probably identify people off their transmog sets. Like, you guys know what my transmog set looks like at this point. It's pretty obvious. There's other people that could be identified too. And then you can just like, you know, what if the entire Musket Union showed up wearing red coat shirts and they just all teamed together because they're all wearing the Musket Union outfit or something like that, you know? So that's something that like I think would need to be figured out, but like there's definitely steps that could be taken to help prevent issues of teaming that are not being taken right now.
Leveling is a new free-for-all zone and a new 10-person
I admit it, but
raid that's a
my
real
company is
raid.
already planning on how to
3
control that
bosses,
zone
true
as a team in
progression.
FFA.
It's really,
If they don't
really
have
hard.
good countermeasures
They're
in place,
gonna
it'll be
get
rough.
a
I'm
whole
sure there are
new
other companies like mine.
entry-level
Oh, 100%.
experience.
I think a
Everyone's
lot
gonna
of
get
people will be
this.
doing that.
A new Fatui.
Scott
The
doesn't even
story's
know
been
Albion
modified to
exists.
get
Not
new
an MMO
characters to
player.
the
Takes his
beach.
experience
But
from
how we
wrestling
tell the
games.
story is going to be vastly improved. We've had an enhanced dialogue system, which is basically cinematic cameras that zoom way in. You'll actually see yourself in the conversation with the NPCs.
Oh, they blink. I
What
didn't think
else
they
have we
blinked
done?
for a
Jamie does
second.
A lot of stuff.
That guy was not blinking.
So we've made arenas
Big
cross-world.
improvements.
We've also
The NPCs
added
blink.
matchmaking, which is super cool. And we've done optimizations across the game that
Okay, the matchmaking, I don't know if this matchmaking is just 3v3 or also OPR. If they do OPR, I'm very happy. If they do 3v3, I want to slap somebody. And the reason why I want to slap somebody is like, A, no one does 3v3 right now, so matchmaking does not even matter, even though it's a testing playground. B, OPR is the game mode that everyone plays and everyone wants a new map for. And that needs to be balanced in terms of at least having healers balance in each team. Like, that's the minimum without even like looking at like a matchmaker rating or like matchmaking as they call it. But like that at least needs to be looked at.
PC players are going
It's
to
just
get to benefit
3v3.
from,
I
which
hope
think is
not.
great. Dave is
I have heard it's
Gear
only
score?
3v3, but I really hope
Scoring.
not.
Did you mention solo trials? So
Did not.
So
Let 'em
we
get
have
it working
these
first for
amazing
3v3
soul
first and
trials that you get
OPR.
throughout the MSQ experience, but like you experience them once, and they're like, man, I wish I could do that over.
Yeah,
Well, we've
these are
got it.
really cool.
Now we've
If
made
you
it
guys
an
have done
endgame
a new
experience
story,
for
these are
solo
very
players.
fun.
You can do 3 a day. You get cool rewards. You get to see these cool fights again.
The question here is, why is it only 3 a day? I'm happy they let you redo them. I hope that they scale them up to your level and have drops that are similar to what the difficulty should be for your level. But the 3 a day thing just like comes back to like the whole argument of like keys and this whole thing at New World had at launch where no one did an activity because it was like too hard to do it, or like it was just not accessible. Like, I think people would rather do more than 3 a day. Like, if I'm, say, like, I'm a dad that plays New World. I can't play during the week because I have to take care of my kids, and then I come home on the weekends. On the weekends, I have a little bit of time to play New World. Say I really like this mode. I do not want to only be able to play 3 if I can only play on the weekends. Like, that's not fun. Like, you want to be able to do as much as you want to be able to do, and I don't understand why you'd not be able to do that. 3 a day is not repeatable. It's basically time gated again. They never learned. Yeah, it's like the time gated stuff I don't really like. I understand why they're doing it, but it pains me. And I think the reason why they're doing that is because they know they don't have content and they have to force a time gate to kind of extend the content. Like, I don't really know of another reason why they would do that. I'm a New World dad and I work like 50 hours. Yeah, like yeah, like if you don't have time to do it during the week, you want to be able to do it during the weekend. Like that should be common sense, you know? Like even I, like it's not a dad. Like I don't think I would have, like I don't have a ton of time during the week. I got more time than other people. I can play Wars for like 2 or 3 hours a day, but I don't usually stream for more than 3 hours back to back. Like I don't have time for that. I have other stuff I need to do. So, like anyone with commitments that like is like their audience at this point, like they're clearly targeting an older audience. If you're going to target an older audience, you would expect to give them the respect to be able to do as much or as little as they want because their schedule might not be as flexible as a younger audience. Do a weekly cap if you must. Yeah, like that would be a much better system, right? Like three a week is a much worse system than 21, or sorry, 3 per day is a much worse system than 21 per week. 21 per week would allow people with busier schedules to be able to do this on a weekend, and it would effectively bring in the same metric that the devs like wanted there in terms of limiting it. So I'm like confused why you would limit it on terms of a daily. I guess they're trying to get people to log in every day to like, you know, boost this number. I feel like they're forcing that though. That requires common sense. My bad.
They're up leveled so that they are true end game. I think it's going to be super exciting.
And Katie mentioned performance improvements. I want to make sure we're really clear. There's going to be a lot of performance improvements for the PC players, a lot. And a lot of quality of life improvements, especially for the PC players who are using a gamepad now. But across the board, you'll see them.
Does he not know what a controller is? Or am I crazy that he called that a gamepad? This is the guy that worked on like PlayStation and Xbox games for every single step of his career, every single game except for New World, and he called it a gamepad. But I guess gamepad's generic. I don't know, it feels weird to say gamepad and not controller, but okay. I'm being kind of nitpicky there. That was really boomer lingo?
So many changes,
okay.
I'm sure we're forgetting some, but we're going to have a graphic that shows you all of those here.
Fucking Super
Why is New
Nintendo.
World Eternum called an ARPG and not an MMORPG?
Well, you can still play Eternum the way you've always played it, but because of all of the changes we've done to the storytelling, the way we tell the story, because of the way our camera and combat and navigation work through the world, we feel like, you know, we're across so many genres, but this pushes us solidly into the ARPG, which is a little more well-known on console.
Yeah, this is a marketing thing. Like MMOs are traditionally not super popular on console. ARPGs are. It makes sense to me. I don't really have a problem with it. I understand some people have a problem with it. There's definitely an argument that like all games have a different blend of styles. Like just like how I will happily call Destiny an MMO-like game, a lot of people would not call Destiny an MMO, but Destiny classifies himself as an MMO at this point. New Worlds classifies himself as an ARPG, but could be classified as an MMO. Like, end of the day, you're just describing how a game functions. It's not necessarily a bucket that everything fits into. Can't let Dave speak or you'll see the pain in his face. Yeah, I mean, you already could see the pain in his face. Look at Dave. This is why I love Dave. He already like kind of like this is happier than Dave normally is, but like you could tell Dave's a little bit stressed out. No, you can't trust someone who calls a controller a gamepad, especially if they're from NA. Only acceptable to call it a gamepad if you're a European. Should have just been better explained it in the previous. Should have just been better explaining it in the previous 2 videos. Yeah, 100%. They were. I think the second video is the one that they really missed on. The one that was 34 minutes long. I think they needed to like show a little bit more in terms of like what's new that's coming on top of like, you know, like, hey, this is a complete, like they advertised it as a completely new game. Like we know that it's a game, but we want to know what's new on top of that as well. They didn't really distinguish that well, and I think that was a marketing decision to try to get people to think that this is effectively like New World 2 or something like that. And it's like revamped and significantly better. This is sort of like a thing where it's like, you know, you had to like Overwatch, you have Overwatch 2. They're technically different, but they play very, very similarly. Like, you know, you have 5v5 versus 6v6. It's like, whoa, big difference. Like, they're like kind of doing a similar thing where it's like, it's slightly different, and they're trying to like rebrand it to try to get people to take a consideration again. And I get that from a business perspective, but at the same time, you're completely screwing over the current player base at the same, while you're doing that. And that's something that you value in terms of a customer trying to buy a game, or at least I would value. Dave looks like only 6 more months before we hand us off to a Romanian studio vibe. Maybe. Dave also might just be on the hey, I am open for work vibe on LinkedIn or something like that, but we'll see.
Is New World Eternum a separate game?
No. It is the continuation of New World. It is an update to it that brings a ton new.
Is New World closing down and launching as single player?
No, New World is not closing down.
Same but different. Yep.
Your experience will continue after
Yeah,
this update.
there's a lot of confusion
There
after those
is
first two videos, and they have to
definitely
spend
a lot of
so much time
opportunity
answering that.
for a solo experience that's coming with this. We have the updated main story quest line that you've all seen, where you can now go through it without being required to do group content. And now
Which
we
is
have
good.
the up-leveled solo trials. So that's something that now, like from beginning to end, if you choose to, you can do it solo. We still have a ton of group content. It's still a big open world with a lot of people in it. So it's not pivoting. It's just an addition to.
This is something that like I think I changed my mind about in the last 24 to 48 hours after playing Albion for 3 days or 15 hours as like mostly a solo. It is, I think you do need the solo content to some extent, but it has to be done right. And like the way that they're doing solo content at the end game, I don't think is being done right. So I feel like I've changed my perspective to like an MMO should only be group based, which was like what I originally had. And I was like, oh my gosh, I love playing with my friends. Like this is the best part. To like, you definitely need solo aspects in it, even up to endgame, for everyone to be happy. Like I don't like if it's like 10 o'clock at night, I don't want to be in VC coordinating with other people on how to do something, and like the ability to have solo content at that point is like nice too. Why did Dave get cut off or choke on his last word? I think I don't really know about that one at all, but I suspect that Dave sometimes says too much in their eyes, and I'm guessing there's something like that. New World has never met the criteria for an MMO, in my opinion. 4.5k max servers, and you can't transfer freely between any of them. They're entirely independent with different economics. You can't play with anyone you want in the world unless it's on the same server. Yeah, like you can't transfer to a different world like you can in like RuneScape or something like that to play with someone else for free and just like kind of ping pong between servers. Like that doesn't work in New World at all. I don't think you could pin New World down into like one market necessarily. Yeah, Jordan, I'm guessing in their pursuit of sharding is because they could never find a good solution to support more pop on a single server. I mean, that makes sense, right? Like if you have New World and you have like 12 different regions or however many we have now, I think it's like 14 or something like that. Like why limit yourself to have like say you have one server running 14. Okay, why not have one computer, like one server, whatever you want to call it, running each one of those? Like isn't that better? What if we had multiple computers for each one of those? Like by doing that, you effectively can increase the load on the system, assuming that all parts remain the same. Like this is the same concept that you get with like multi-threading that we're getting with like the DX12 that's coming. That's a really big improvement graphics wise, and something that is a very cheap maneuver to increase performance drastically without having to change a lot of code. It's sort of like a hardware improvement almost to just like incorporate multi-threading with everything, and why it's like so important nowadays. Like it makes sense. What is mind-blowing to me is the focus. It takes maybe a week or two to get from one level to max. Why would they focus so much resource on something that's one-time use? The reason why they're focusing so many people on one-time use is I believe 20% of players made it to level 60 when the game first came out. The biggest metric of people that you're losing is that 80%, right? So in their eyes, they're like, okay, how can we get 80% of players to improve the game? They dropped the game when they were leveling up to 60, so we clearly must have made a mistake there, and we should improve that experience. And they definitely did improve that experience, and they definitely had problems there, right? Because it was really repetitive content in terms of like the layout of like what you were doing. It wasn't really memorable at the time. Like in my opinion, I'm sorry for people that are like lore fans, but like in my opinion, it wasn't like a super memorable story when the game first came out. It felt kind of generic. And now it like is memorable, and they're trying to make it more memorable. Like that's why they're doing that. It's again like a business driven analytic. Like if you could tell, like a lot of their decisions are business driven. It's not necessarily driven from the devs. It's just like, okay, how do we increase our revenue? Like, and like all that stuff. But that kind of makes sense because, Amazon, like AGS is a subset of Amazon for sure, but like it's a publicly traded company. They have to be focused on improving their revenue. They don't have a subscription base, so they shouldn't necessarily care about their current players. They're more focused on acquiring new people, which I think is a flaw. And in hindsight, they probably should have tried to do something more subscription based. And like if they wanted to commit to like the MMO thing, and hired a lot more talent, but they made other mistakes along the way. Leveling experience has actually got awful. It was honestly necessary from the revised experience. It sucks that it came clearly at the cost of new/endgame content for established players. Yep. If they sell 1 million copy at the release and they have 5 servers on NA East at 1,000 popular each, so for sure just the 20% hitting the max level, right? That's where I agree with you, Spray Machine, completely. And that's where it's like, for those statistics, you have to take them with context. Like, if you like, statistics can be very misleading. If you just look at it from a percentage wise, and you're like, okay, do I want the 80% or the 20%? You're like, okay, we focus on the 80% here, not the 20%. But if you focus on the 20% and you make the end game experience memorable, maybe there's a way where it's like those 80% of players stick out the kind of boring content for 24 hours so that they experience the end game that's really, really good, right? Like there's a middle ground there, and there's games where people play where it's like, oh, or like there's even TV shows that people watch where people are like, oh, the first couple seasons are really bad, but then it gets like really, really good in season 4 and season 5, and people watch those shows just because they hear it gets really good near the end and stuff like that. And then there's shows like Game of Thrones, which we want to forget about the last season, but like, you know, like they're just like, you need to like look at the context there too. I'd argue as a devs, I'd argue that while the 20% might have made less sense from a business perspective, it's something that they needed to focus more resources into to try to improve that, to get more people to like want to get over that hump to really experience the end game, which just right now feels a little bit like a puzzle piece and like not really together. All right, let's keep doing this.
Will we lose our
kind of been
characters in
taking a
progress?
while.
No, again.
Do not lose
No, I
progress,
think,
which is
you know,
good.
If you have a character, you can continue to play it. If it's endgame, you can jump right into that endgame. If you do want to start a new character, you can and join the Fresh Start Worlds, but your old character will be there. You can jump right into the experience of endgame with it.
What will current players get between now and October?
Right now, our focus is on an awesome, clean release on October 15th. Now, in the interim, we are still going to have
Yeah. Video's a little bit too quiet. Okay, I'll turn it up a bit. But yeah, we don't get anything for 125 days. Which is a lot when you think about that the last time we got content that was serious content was in September. So they're actually making us wait over an entire year before they release new content to the same game, on top of a premise of basically for the last 6 months being like, okay, just wait a bit. There's going to be content. It's going to be really good. Just got to wait for this announcement. We're like, we're already waiting at 6 months for that because there was no new content. I think they've argued that the events are content that they haven't updated. They didn't even update the relutes. They didn't even like make it work for the new zone properly. Like they didn't even update it for that. Like the events are not content. From a PR like dev perspective, I guess you could argue it, like if you want to argue it from like a business perspective, but like, oh my god, from a game perspective, that's not content at all, and anyone that plays the game would tell you that. So I am a little upset about that one.
a summer medley fair, but beyond that, there's not really going to be anything. Our focus,
For Q1
on top of all the
wrong.
features we talked about, we're trying to fix as many bugs as we can, and we want this to be just a super polished experience. We're very, very excited for that launch date, and we want to do it right at high quality.
Okay, if you wanted to fix the bug experience, I am just saying this for myself, but if I was recommended by 2 people to join the QA team, shouldn't I have gotten an invite by now? Like, I am advocating for myself again, but Crush and I figured out about like maybe 30 to 50 bugs with the current game in about half an hour. Like last time we actually seriously looked at that. Like, I don't think that they're taking serious steps to do this, but this is what they're saying. Like, if they wanted to take serious steps to do this, what they would do is you'd put people in that experience under NDA to test the game that are actually experienced with breaking the game. You get the people that break the game to test the game, put them under NDA so they don't leak things, and like all of a sudden there are a lot less bugs because people know how to break the game. It's crazy that like that hasn't happened yet, and I don't think that necessarily should just happen to me. I think there's people probably more qualified than me to do it that would take it for less pay or whatever, but like, you know, like it's like there's stuff like that where It's like, okay, say you want to capitalize and retain these 1 million players that you're going to get when console comes out. Maybe you want to invest like, you know, $20 an hour for some dude who currently works at McDonald's but is really good at breaking this video game to help troubleshoot bugs that are going to come out for a release that you probably won't put on the PTR. Like, I don't understand why that's not common sense. Like, it was something that I've seen with other games happen time and time again, and something that New World has shied away from, and it's very confusing to me.
Yeah, and we also, I mean, it's worth
They
mentioning
don't seem to grasp that there might
we're gonna
not be a
have
player
a
base
couple
to experience
testing
this.
opportunities
Yep.
coming up. One is going to be specific for consoles because that's a technical test. And then the other one is going to be across all platforms, so PC players can participate in that. And in addition, one thing that I know is just like a separate call out, and maybe not a lot of people have been asking about this, but I think it's super cool that we have a pre-order bonus for console that if you're on PC and you log into your character between June 7th, which was our announced date, and October 14th, you get access to that, which is the Azos Stalker Dire Wolf mount.
Are seasons going away?
That's the most business response I've ever heard, to try to make this number go up. But, like, okay.
When is the next season coming?
No, seasons are not going away. We're
Pre-ordering,
committed to the season
yeah.
model and bringing players
Not a fan of
regular cadence
pre-ordering.
of content. The next season is with the New World Eternum launch on October 15th.
How does crossplay work?
If you're on PC, it couldn't be easier. You just play the game. And in the world, you'll be joined with new friends from PS5 and Xbox. That happens in the open world. Another important thing.
Friends is a strong statement. I'm pretty sure every single PC player just spites the people that are on consoles right now and might just try to kill them on sight if they're flagged. But I appreciate them saying friends, but from what I have seen and know about PC players, it is the opposite of friends. It's a total war.
Dimension is all this cross-world and matchmaking will now be joined with a larger play pool. So they get to not only be in the open world with you, but will join all the queues and matchmaking.
Will console players join the existing PC servers?
Yeah, so console players will have the ability to join the existing worlds that we see on PC today. The only things that are going to happen, and some folks should be used to this because it's the way that we did the Fresh Start Worlds for Brimstone Sands, is that if you have a legacy character, it cannot move to the new worlds that we're creating at launch. So that's something where if your console friends want to play with you on your current server, they're able to do that. But if you want to play with them,
Lightly
on
explaining
the
what Fresh
Start
Start
you do
is.
have to create a new character, which I think is a lot of fun because we revamped and changed a lot in the new starting experience.
I wonder if there's ever, I don't really want this, but there is another way they could have done this where they did like a soft wipe of sorts. I think this is probably better, but it would have been interesting if they would have been like, okay, you can keep your artifacts, you can keep your experience, you can keep something, but you can't bring everything, and we're going to start everyone from ground zero with this. Like, that would have been definitely like a unique take that they could have done like this, but I think they could have done like a Rust like soft launch if they wanted to here. Problem is they announced that I guess everyone just doesn't play the game for the next 3 months. So that's probably why they didn't do that. Actually, I kind of changed my own mind talking about that. Old players are out. Yeah, they're explaining for new players. Yeah, exactly. The legacy or with the fresh start stuff. I mean, they're chasing this number, right? They are going for this number. They are not going for this number. And after the recent weekends, I think it might get a lot lower than this number. It might be a lot lower than 8,000 in the future.
And so I think it's worth it to log in with a new character that day.
Will PC
Let me answer a few questions before I keep going. If they are making a new fresh start servers, I will need another character slot. Yep, me too. They probably won't pay for transfer or anything like that. PC players are going to grief console players for sure. Oh yeah, 100%. Ooh, we got a raid. Thank you, Christopher, for the raid. I appreciate it. If you guys don't follow Christopher, he puts out pretty good content. I actually watch a lot of his videos. And I appreciate everyone for coming over. We are talking about the announcement. Any insights into how the matchmaking will work? Is it the one thing I've been waiting for since the game came out? I do not have really any information on the matchmaking will work, besides what I see from data mining. From data mining, they can require a minimum attribute level. They could require a minimum like level into that particular weapon to queue in terms of like a role. I don't know if they're going to go with the role queue system or if they're just going to do an MMR. MMR is pretty standard across matchmaking. It's like what chess uses, for example, where you're just like, oh, Magnus Carlsen's like 3,200 MMR or something like that. And like an average player is like maybe like, I don't know, 500 or 1,000. And if you have a higher number, you gain less than you do if you're a lower number, basically. So it's like stuff like that. It's like how they're gonna or how they're gonna look at it roughly. MMR is the same as ELO. ELO's like the section of which you are within with the MMR. It's like if you put like if you said like there's bronze, gold, and silver, and like you're in the if you're like I interpret ELO as like being like if you're in bronze, that's your ELO, if that makes sense. Or if you're in ELO hell, then you're stuck in bronze or something like that. Like I think they're slightly different, but they're a similar concept. The PC players are going to be completely steamroll. The console players will be nice to have at least one console only server per region. Unless they add in like tracking to the if you're on confirmed on console and they add in tracking, then I would likely think so. I know that they said that they would support like keyboards and mouse on the console side, so I imagine that they're not gonna do that, but I wouldn't be super surprised if they add in some sort of like mechanism to try to make console players like a bit more competitive with PC players in some aspects. But that being said, this game doesn't have a lot of things I would argue that it currently make PC a lot stronger. Like musket would be one, like ranged very specific weapons that hit a single target and aren't AoE tend to be a little bit better with mouse and keyboard, but like I feel like it's not always the case. Will there be console only servers? Okay, I don't know the answer to this. I don't think they answer this. I feel like this is likely not true. I saw in a Reddit thread by someone on the New World Discord that one reason why, like when we thought it was only going to be a PS5 exclusive or something like that, someone said that if they do an Xbox server, there's a requirement by Microsoft right now with those agreements that they have an Xbox or they have to have an Xbox only server. I don't know if that's true. I feel like that's not true. I wouldn't be surprised if New World was okay with that. Or like, okay, we're gonna have this Xbox Fresh Start server. We're gonna have this PlayStation Fresh Start server, and then we'll let the people go from there to whatever world they want. We're gonna start them off with that. I don't think that's inherently a bad thing, but it's like kind of weird. I think it's honestly really weird and like probably shouldn't be done. But like there might be a thing with that. We don't really know though.
Players who only have the base game and not Rise of the Angry Earth expansion still be able to play after October?
Absolutely. And the experience is going to get a lot better. They won't be able to access all of the content, the stuff that's gated behind level, or some of the things that were part of Rise of the Angry Earth, like the flail and mounts. But they will get to see the new storytelling, the way we tell it. They're going to get the new Fatui. They're going to get all of the performance improvements, all the bug fixes.
There are a lot of benefits.
Even some of the solo trials that are in
terms of current improvements.
Well, the release of...
There is one funny thing to mention there too. I didn't say this with the gear score video, but if you're a lower level, you also get a higher damage bonus compared to a higher level. I don't think anyone really does this right now, and I don't think they will likely have to fix this because it's kind of hard to abuse since you gain XP passively. But you technically, if you wanted to like completely bisque character right now, you'd run as low of gear score as possible, as low as level as possible that gave the most stats per level, which I think, in my experience, is around level 35 to 40, and then you would use that character in every mode that you could. Thing is I don't think you could join a war until you're level 60, I think. Not 100% sure on that, but like there's stuff like that where I don't think they're really thinking about. But yeah, just... more console stuff.
Will the Eternum change the minimum and recommended specs of the game?
No, between now and
had a level
the
21
launch
and
of
more
New World
yesterday. Oh
Eternum,
god.
And after that, we have no plans to adjust those min and rec specs.
Yeah, that's another way to break the game, I guess.
It might even play better on the minimum specs now with all the optimizations,
absolutely
right?
It will.
Right.
More than might, yeah. It will.
Will New World Eternum
give him credit where credit's due. Dave actually seems pretty happy about the optimizations, and I trust Dave a lot more than these two in terms of saving political stuff. So if Dave's happy, I imagine that the optimizations feel really, really good to the point where they might not want to work on the current game because the new game feels so much better. It's just still like 125 days is a very long time to not fix basic bugs. So I understand them like not want to prioritize it heavily, but like, oh my god, you are bleeding players by not prioritizing that at all. And if they didn't, like, if they were really smart about this, like say you didn't want to prioritize this, right? And you introduced this really buggy system, then you just roll it back to the system before that was not buggy in like season 4 or whatever that didn't have Slayer script. Like, I don't understand why that's such a hard decision. Like, if this is buggy now, it wasn't buggy then, you just go back, you focus all your dev resources on the future, and you don't have to worry about the past. Like, I feel like that's intuitive to me, and I'm surprised why they didn't really think about that at all. But a level 60 would be better than level 65. Yeah, level 60 technically could be better than level 65. With the current combat system and how they balance things, a level 60 will just be better than level 65. I think they're going to work on that. I'm not sure if they're going to adjust the level thing, though. But yeah, I still wish they would look back at the PC game.
Bring DirectX 12 to the game?
Yes, we're very excited to bring DirectX 12 with all the work we've been doing on console. It now can come to PC and bring enhanced rendering for everyone.
It shows how
Will
bad
the
their
non-Eternum version of the game
setup is and
continue to
some
receive
issues
new
rollback
content?
code. Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, first off, there is going to be no non-Eternum version of the game. On October 15th, we're all playing Eternum.
It's a rebrand. It's not a complete new game. It's a rebrand. That's like the important thing to distinguish that they never clarify here.
I think what we're talking about is the base game. And so for the base game, you'll continue receiving updates. You'll get access to our quality of life improvements, seasonal events, things like that. I will say,
Important note, I don't think console players can buy just the base game. I think they can only buy the combined game with the DLC. But PC players can continue to play the base game. Which is a little weird. But it makes sense because they're coming in at a $60 price point, and the base game itself is probably worth like $10 to $20 at this point. Even the 60 is kind of a stretch, to be honest. Like, it probably should be 40 to 50. Like, the $60 price point is a little bit below AAA nowadays. Like, I think AAA is established at $70, but I don't think this game, even with the DLC, is worth 60. I think it's closer to 40 to 50. It should be 40. 60 is insane. Yeah.
that in order to like really experience the best version of this game, like the ultimate version of this game, that's what you get with the Rise of the Angry Earth DLC as part of Eternum.
If I don't have the Rise of the Angry Earth expansion, will I still get the pre-order bonus?
So this is a pretty interesting one because when you log in, you get an entitlement
When Game
to
Pass,
that
that would probably
pre-order
bring a
bonus to the
giant influx
Azov
of players.
Stalker. But if you don't have Rise,
That's a really good point that I forgot about, because Xbox has a Game Pass, right? Where they put out a bunch of free games. Do we? Like, and they rotate? It'd be really interesting if they put New World on that. Are they putting out Power World on it now? Oh no, this is just a different Power World thing. Power World has an update coming out, by the way, where they're adding PvP to the game, which, oh my god, that is going to be wild when that happens. But, you know, there's a bunch of, like, free games you get access on Game Pass for a bit, and then they rotate on. And it would be interesting if they added New World to that, or were able to get New World added to that for a little bit. That would definitely bring an influx, but it might just be temporary. Doesn't PSN have something similar as well? Probably. I just can't see a good sale with $60 and insanely bad PR from content creators and Steam reviews. Game Pass would be a saving grace, maybe. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, okay, this is brutal to pull up during the dev video. I think I'm a Chargers fan, in case you guys can't tell. I don't think the video is quite in here yet. Let me look through his recent videos and Asmongold clips, because this one had a lot higher views than the last New World one. Also, he gets, yeah, like 800k views, right? And I'm pretty sure our dev video only got like maybe 40 to 50k. So like, Asmongold shitting on the game publicly is worth about 16 times more from a YouTube viewer perspective than New World's PR update that they're like paying people for. So I don't think it really matters. It's at 40K? Yeah. I mean, Los Angeles Ravens. Yeah, pretty much. That's good. But yeah, I don't think it like they could really save the PR completely. Maybe there'll be people under a rock that try it anyway, or maybe there's people that are like publicly bashing New World right now, but like actually will try it later.
Of the Angry Earth, you can't access mounts.
Console
which
players
is
don't know what
what
Steam
that
is.
goes through.
True.
So if you do
But like
purchase
most people know what
the
New
Rise
World
of the
is in
Angry
terms
Earth
of rep.
DLC after you've logged in after a while, you will get that pre-order bonus because it's attached to your account.
Will New World
Okay.
Eternum continue to receive regular updates after its release on October 15th?
It sure will.
It will? Last year hasn't had a single update. I really hope it will, but if history is a teacher, then like we are not gonna get much content after the update. For all we know, this is a cash and grab where AGS gets the console players to play the game and then they just dip in 3 months. Like from a player perspective, that trust is completely destroyed and it would not be repaired unless there is an outline with what content they plan to release when and where. Which is just a roadmap, which they've done in the past and didn't do for the last year for some reason. Like, it's literally just... I don't think that they could say this without putting out a roadmap and to make people happy. It's like, it's not possible.
We're going to get back onto our regular seasonal cadence. And, you know, we're always working toward our next piece of large content. So it's all in the works.
Will New World Eternum support
Even failed to meet the
cross-progression
roadmap
between
expectations?
PC
Yep.
and consoles?
No, we don't support cross progression between the consoles and PC. We only
So what this means from someone that doesn't, like, from, if you don't know what cross progression means, this isn't a question of, hey, if I have the game on PC and I want to play the game on console, could I do that and, like, not have to switch over? You will not be able to do that. You technically could just plug in a controller to your PC, but, like, this is bad from a player perspective, and, like, it seems bad to me. Like, say I'm, like, say again, like, go with the hypothetical situation. I am a dad that just got home from a long day of work and my chair is not very comfortable, but the couch is comfortable and I bought the game on PC. I should be able to play the game at my PC on the chair, or if I want to, like maybe just go lie down on the couch, play the game there and just go cut some trees down or something. Like it can be a little bit more casual. And the fact that they aren't supporting that at launch kind of shows the limitedness in terms of like how confident they feel about the console and PC coexistence. I think if they were really confident about that whole system working well, they would easily be able to promise this at launch, and it's something that inherently makes sense to me. It also is like one of those things where it's like, say you like, this doesn't necessarily mean that you wouldn't have to buy the game twice, but like the fact that like your progression couldn't be transferred over between PC and console is a little crazy. That's like a cloud issue, like a back-end issue, and one that I'm surprised it didn't try to solve, but it seems like they have that cloud team like very busy on this shard system, so maybe they're just focusing all their resources on development towards the shard system and not towards this kind of cross-world progression. Your character is stored server side. How is it that you can't support that? That means that they have some cluttery in place to make it work. Quadrigy? Yeah, I mean, it should be supported, right? Like, a cloud team should be able to make this work. The reason why you wouldn't be able to support that is because your project manager didn't deem that to be an important enough thing to focus on, but to me, that's a very important thing to focus on, and if you've had a year to develop this without necessarily having to develop new content, calling AGS kind of out on some of the BS here, then this should have been something that was brought up and something that was tested and, you know, made to work. Like, it's not super excusable, in my opinion. Played New World in the Goon Cave. Yep. You can play a Steam Deck. Yeah, you can. That is a workaround, but it should still be an option to play with other things. In my opinion, like that data should be able to be transferred across. Like, say you had to make a New World account or something like that, or you had to log in with your imagine you log in with like your Amazon account and it just like links the New World stuff like through that for some reason. Like, that would be kind of creepy, but like, you know, like something like that, and like it should be able to be transferred across, in my opinion. I wonder what would happen if you bought the game on both PC and console, can you see the Steam on console? I'm old, remember? Yeah, if you no, like you won't be able to like see your other person unless they're both on at the same time. Like I don't think you like you technically could be logged in at the same time on both things. It would be kind of funny if someone did that, but they're like IP banned. But I don't think AGS does IP bans. I think they do hardware oriented things. Which IP bans are kind of stupid in the first place because like if you ban like a IP and like someone's in an apartment complex, and like you could ban like everyone else in the apartment complex for playing the game, which would be kind of funny. So hardware bans are usually a little bit better, but then people could change out hardware, so there's a drawback for that as well. It's hard for me to trust AGS ever again after they lied about the roadmap timing. Yeah, and I don't think this video so far has really done a good job to repair that trust. They never apologized right off the bat, which they 100% should have. We're 10 minutes in, and they still haven't apologized.
We support crossplay.
Where's the roadmap?
I know this is the most asked question, and we are really happy we're here to answer it. So between now and October 15th, we're going to release the Summer Medley Fair, and there might be a couple minor patches coming out around problems. Beyond that, hopefully you can see the graphic. Things I'm most excited about are the 10-player raid.
This isn't a roadmap. This is what's coming at the launch. This is like a politician answering a question, where's the roadmap? But they won't apologize. That would be an admission of fault. Yeah, I guess. Helldivers apologize, that's for sure. They apologize for someone else that they didn't have anyone control over at the time. It's not a roadmap. That's just infuriating. Yeah, this is an infographic. It's not a roadmap. They're trying to spin that a bit. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm disappointed.
The new PvP zone, which is going to be awesome. Matchmaking, we're up-leveling Cutlass Keys with new quests and enemies. I know you've all
Matchmaking's
asked
so
for swimming,
generic
so we
too. I
have
need to know
swimming,
how
and
that
there's
works.
a bunch of other things that you can see here.
Yeah, and then after
We have swimming, and there's
It's also noteworthy that they're calling performance optimization quality of, well, this is technically content. Performance optimization is not content. Like, it needs to be done, but it's not content, if that makes sense. Like, this, I guess they don't necessarily call this content, but it's like stuff that's coming. Like, some of these things should have just been supported right off the bat. Enhanced controller support. You can't bind keybinds a controller right now unless you do it through Steam. New World just didn't allow that feature for some reason. It doesn't make any sense. Player archetypes is like literally a level 1 feature. Like, you pick your archetype, you look cool, and you roll out. Hopefully that improves retention. It's like, it's cool, but like, I guess that is content. But like, some of these things I would argue are not really content. It's basically chores. That's what I would describe the end game as right now. It feels a little like, well, it's like less grindy than it used to be. I feel like there's less to chase end game wise. Like, your chase now is artifacts, but like, not everyone wants every artifact. So there's 5,000 of us. They don't even consider us at this point. I guess not. But the thing that I would think that you would consider is you would consider the 80,000 people that were still playing the game when this decision was made. Like, assuming that they spent the entire year doing this. If they spent, like, in January till now, like, you consider you have 30,000 people. Like, that's, like, not an insignificant amount of people that are playing the game at one time. Like, the devs themselves have said it's probably more than 30,000. Like, it might be 100,000 to play the game once a week. It might be 200,000 to play the game once a week. But, like, that was not a focus from them. There's a lot of backup stuff that should be done, not framed as content. Yep, the decision was made even further back than that. I mean, yeah, if it was made further back than that, like, think of it like over here, like, oh, we have 140,000, or like maybe at a certain point they're like, oh, we have 20,000, we'll release a new expansion, but we'll commit to this. Like, I'm just surprised that they went for such a long content route to the point where they basically soft killed the game. Open world PvP exists in the game as it is. I was hoping for more effort as far as a PvP content update. Console port that didn't happen in 6 months' time. Yeah, it could have been delayed. Hopefully the DX12 implementation is good. One of my friends using an AMD graphics card constantly has issues with DX12 games and has to downgrade to DX11. Yeah, it's often an option in some games. Like, if I look at Baldur's Gate 3, could I type in Baldur's Gate correctly? There's not a U. See if there's a new update since I last played this like a week ago. But you have the option to choose, right? I think you have the option at the start here. If I do get started, skip. and then like before I hit play, like I have the option to do DX. Do I want DirectX 11 or do I want Vulkan? Like you'd think that there would be an option between like a new and an old system. I almost guarantee you they're not gonna do this, but it would be cool if you had the option to like go down a tier to something that was a little bit more stable. What kills me is that this update wouldn't be nearly as bad if they didn't act like it was going to be part of a huge change for PC players. Yeah, 100%, because they said that there would be content coming, and they were very vague about it, but that content was specifically aimed towards console players, not PC. It was, like, completely deceptive. Like, the content that they are claiming to add to PC-wise, like, gear score increase is not really content. Matchmaking is content if they do it well. A cross-world arenas should have been done ages ago. That's not content. That's, like, actually incredible that they haven't done that at this point. Updated leveling doesn't matter if you're already max level. Performance optimization, I would argue, as content from a player that's played it for a long time, but like it's kind of annoying that they're calling it content. Balance updates is like content, but it's something that should be done like every month. It's crazy that they haven't done that. I think the reason they haven't done that's because of bugs, but like it's kind of ridiculous at this point that they haven't shaken up the meta at all. Combat improvements, staggering PvE enemies, that's not content at all. That's nothing. That does not matter at all. It makes you feel more powerful, I guess, but it's like, really? Swimming is technically content, but like it makes me not very happy about that. DX12 is like really, really good. Controller support is nice, but it's something that should have been done. And all this other stuff doesn't really apply, right? Like the only other things that apply are raid, which we think is probably not going to be an insane thing. The PvP zone, and I guess the repeatable endgame soul trials is solo content. It's just like less exciting, I would argue, than these other things, but the way they're implementing it. So like for the span of a year, they're delivering, according to their list, I would argue about 8 things for PC players. I would argue that these 8 things for PC players probably should have taken like 3 months worth of actual development time. And it's crazy that they've taken this long for it. Like the 10-player raid, like that's basically the equivalent of putting out an expedition. They've done expeditions in the span of 3 to 6 months. It's not super, super hard. The new PvP zone is literally just making people auto-flag in an area, maybe adding in like a new system or two that we'll talk about. Like that's not very hard. The repeatable endgame soul trials should have been done in the first place, and the fact that it wasn't was a major oversight. They just make shit up. I mean, yeah. They don't have anything to deliver. It's like you show up to your senior project and you like completely failed, and it's like, okay, what did we actually make? Like say that your senior project was to how do we I have a good example. Say your senior project was to make a solar panel, because this is actually a real world thing, and you weren't able to create a solar panel, but you're able to create something really, really cheap that acted as a fence, and then you advertise that you created a fence. Like, that's something that's happened in the real world in terms of trying to just pumping out too many solar panels. And it's like, people are repurposing stuff, and that's what AGS is doing here. Like, they're repurposing their update as content when it's not actually content. Like, this is complete marketing stuff. It doesn't matter. Regarding soul trials, is it 3 soul trials a day, or 3 of each soul trial a day? It is 3 from likely an RNG system per day, from what they are saying, which is crazy. Like, you would think it would be a lot more than that, but they're trying to actually make it content, so they're trying to slow down the point of, like, or slow down the amount that people are able to repeat it, I guess. Also, remember that part of the bug letting 20 people at dungeons already? Oh, yeah, the raid in the dungeons thing was really, really funny when that happened. The only big thing I'm hoping for is that they spent all this time not developing content, they're developing tooling for something to be able to streamline content creation for the game so that they can pump out Lord of the Rings. I mean, that's probably a big goal of them, to try to improve the amount of stuff they'd be able to pump out for Lord of the Rings, but I don't know about necessarily the near future. What are the odds they haven't even started working on some of the promised stuff like matchmaking, and that's why they're super vague on it? They might be trying to do improvements in the next 4 months, which is a reason why they might be vague on it. They also probably don't want to disclose exactly how matchmaking works, because then people could use it to their advantage. At the end of the day, we'll be trying the system and seeing if it feels good or not. But I wish that they would disclose a bit more. At some good hopium, I'm going to mix it with my copium. Okay. I feel like the PvP community has been asking for new and different OPR game modes and maps, and the mock wars at the very least. The solo PvP zone seems like a miss. Yeah, to me, this is like something that's like completely different than like what PvP players wanted. I would argue that this favors more like casual solo players than it does PvP players right now. I think they're trying to cater towards PvP players and like kind of solo players at the same time. But with their current implementation, I'm pretty sure it will do neither, and but it will definitely have teaming involved. So, yeah, I think this is a complete miss. With their current implementation and currently what they've shown, like even in this video, this looks like a complete mess. Like this is what they've shown, with like 2 or 3 people.
Cutlass Keys has been up leveled.
So we have a green person, we have green person, they're both flagged. Apparently they could fight each other. Like, these players could be teaming together and trying to hit the same person. Like, yes, you could accidentally damage your teammate, but there's a very, like, it's very obvious when people do that, and it's a very important detail. And then if you're worried about damaging your teammate, that's when you used range weapons, because if you're ranged, you're not in a melee, and then you can't damage your own teammate, right? Which makes stuff like muskets sitting and teaming together, like, very, very strong. And that's a concern.
And part of that up leveling is a new free-for-all zone and a
Also, I think we haven't seen this bonfire thing, but that's kind of cool. Their data shows they need content for solo players. Here, the cry for PvP content for peers, introducing Frankenstein's monster solo PvP content. Yeah, exactly. That's how I think they're doing it. Like, to me, I think that Scott is like a compromiser by nature. Like he's a person that tries to make people like that want different things and like get like the product both of them like. The problem is like when you do compromises, sometimes you turn out with a product that like neither person wants and like neither person is happy with. And I feel like that's been the story of New World for a very long time. Like people wanted 3v3s, but the implementation of 3v3s is just relatively poor as of recent because of the reward system and the fact that you can't do it across worlds and stuff like that. Like I feel like he has good intentions, but like they need to actually get the stuff that they put out like properly working when they put it out, or at least in the near future, not like a year or 2 later after the 3v3 is released, and people would be a lot happier. Bro, there's only like 1 OPR map and 2 3v3 maps in 3 years. Yeah, it's ridiculous, right? Like you would think that you would have maybe even like a map team that is like specifically creating like expedition maps, they're creating OPR maps, they're creating 3v3 maps. Like that's all they do. They just create maps. Like you would think that someone would be able to like just design those systems, but it's seems like it's something that's not been focused on. Instead, they've been like trying to rework entire zones. They're like, okay, next 3 months we're gonna make Cutlass Keys look completely different, and that's what they do. And that's it. They don't, and you interact in like that zone for like maybe 3 or 4 hours, and that's it. Like for some zones, like Elysian Wilds, I think people have spent like maybe a maximum of maybe 100 hours in that zone, and then they kind of moved on because there wasn't too much content focused in that zone at the time. So at least the solo thing will hopefully focus more content in the zone, but I don't know. They did end up they did end up the video with the Dozy saying that the roadmap will be for 2025, or Doozy. Ooh, okay, let me
swimming.
get
So
there
we have
then.
swimming, and there's a bunch of other things that you can see here.
Yeah, and then after Eternum launches, we will be able to put out the 2025 roadmap. So super excited for that.
Hey, thank you very much for the questions. We appreciate the passion. Dave and Katie, thank you so much for answering them with me. To all the players, we will see you in Eternum.
It's crazy that they didn't apologize. That's so crazy to me. Oh, they took like the PR dumpster fire and they're like ignored that it happened. Honestly, I feel like at this point they do kind of have to full send it, but like, oh my god, they really did that. It's so funny. Call it what it is. It's scummy. It is. It is scummy. It's just like, it's so outrageous that it's like hilarious, you know? It's like with politicians nowadays, I'm not gonna say if you're pro or against one another. It's very common for politicians nowadays, either side that you're on from to say one thing, like at one point, and then like 2 or 3 years later say that they didn't actually say that when it's like even on video. And there's stuff like that where it's like, oh my god, like really? Like it's like you're gonna be scummy to that level? Like there's stuff that was said in here that they said that they would like deliver a roadmap this year, and they just don't acknowledge it and stuff like that. It's like, It's crazy. Like they said that they deliver content for the PC players and they cared about the current player base, and they clearly do not. Like their actions speak louder than words there. I mean, a lot of the loudest complainers are still playing, so yeah, that's true. Uh, for just saying this again for the people who are on YouTube because I haven't fixed the chat yet. If you guys are on YouTube, I have not figured out how to get the chat working yet for the co-stream stuff, but if the Twitch side has it, so that's like an option if you guys want to chat or if you don't. But there is one other thing I want to talk about New World wise for this is just like kind of a leak and a structural thing that I alluded to a bit in this video. I mean, a lot of people quit as well. Yeah, it's 100%. Like for the New World League stuff. Okay, this is kind of a tangent and kind of different. But for New World League when it came out, I thought like there's 100 players that are actively playing at a T1 level in NA. I assumed that there would be like 120 players drafted that would there'd be like, a few players that came back. Even though there haven't been wars recently, when the draft happened, and I think a lot of people quit since then, to be honest, because of all these bugs, there were like 180-ish players that came out. So like 80-ish players came back from like the old T1 scene, which also removed a lot of the slots for the new players, which is really, really bad. But like it's surprising how many of those like players that quit are kind of willing to come back if the game gets improvements. Like they're at least willing to try it. Or if there's like an improvement in terms of content, which New World League is like the only form of content a lot of the PvP endgame players have, from my perspective. So it's just like kind of weird that that's not a focus at all in terms of acquiring players that have left and like improving those systems. Like from AGS's perspective, it seems like they're counting them as lost, but they're definitely not completely lost. I don't know any of my friends that are. Too many of us are war players too, and all quit. Yeah. I'm buying Rising Earth 80% discount. Bro, what was that QA vid? Not very popular according to these. I feel like this is like a better vid than like I had such low expectations that this video exceeded my expectations, but like God, my expectations are low. Like my expectations were basically that they wouldn't acknowledge this, they would just focus on console and like not mention PC players at all. And at least they acknowledge PC players in this, but like, oh my God, it was still like relatively poor. Like to put it lightly. Yeah, I mean, this is what people like really care about. The new perks, I'm pretty sure there are new perks coming, but there's no new weapon from what we've seen. And no OPR map. So, like, if you get 725, you're probably going to get new perks. I'm not sure why they didn't consider that to be content, but there probably should be new perks. Been itching for an MMO, thought about coming back. I don't know now. Yeah, I mean, all the MMOs are kind of older at this point, unless you want to do MMO-like games. I think I would argue at this point that the traditional MMO, unless you like WoW or maybe old school RuneScape, is kind of dead. And now a lot of games are like MMO lights. Like there are a few MMOs that still exist that are traditional MMOs, like Final Fantasy 14. You got ESO, you got BDO. But a lot of them are like kind of hybrids of some sort. In New World, I think is more of a hybrid than even an MMO nowadays. What's up, Raybos? That or you're in Ashes Cope? Yeah, or you're waiting for Ashes of Creation, which is supposed to release in Q3 about at the same time as New World Eternum. So you think people are going to play New World Eternum, or you think they're going to play Ashes of Creation? They're probably going to play Ashes of Creation, which is like another reason to favor towards the console player base, to be honest. Play New World as an RPG campaign, don't bother with it as an MMO. Yeah, I don't know how people do that, but apparently that's a thing. On the Ashes Cope, Albion is good. Yeah, I like Albion. That's probably going to be streaming later today. There's like one more thing I want to talk about before I slowly induct people into Albion, but that's just because I like that game at this point. I've only played Albion for like 15 hours though. There was a leak in the New World Discord, or in the New World Reddit. A lot of you guys probably know this if you're in the New World Discord, but a lot of people get banned from this that say things that are not PMA, to say the least. Or just, or something like Skull even. Like if you say Skull nowadays in the chat, you get permabanned. Someone leaked a bunch of content and then, well, not really a bunch, like some content, and then their post got deleted by the mods, so it's confirmed that like the mods are an affiliate with AGS basically. So it's something I wanted to talk about a little bit too. Albion is fine if you don't mind top down. Yeah, exactly. Are you on the EU Fresh Start for Albion or NA? I'm on NA on an old server. I'm not on Fresh Start for Albion right now. I could try EU, but I wanted to try NA first because of ping stuff. But my ping on NA is like 110, and my ping to EU is like 180, so it's like not that big of a difference to be honest. Comprehensive insider's review of New World's upcoming changes. So this is I can't pull up the actual thing, but we took a screenshot of it. What's his name in our Discord actually took the screenshot of it. I want to shout him out. Oh wait, I have streamer mode on, so I can't read names. But people in our Discord screenshot this before it went out, or before it got deleted, and then we can kind of see some of the new content here. Which it shows some insights into like what AGS thinks. So hello, New World community. I'm here writing you from the safety of anonymity, using a dummy account to protect my identity, because they signed an NDA. I have been involved with New World for nearly a year now, just not as a player, but as a member of Amazon Game Studios Experts Group. The Experts Group, for reference, is like an exclusive group that people get invited to, which is basically serves as unpaid QA, from what I understand. But they are from New World, and they tend to know the game a lot better than the devs, and they're able to find more bugs. It was Quadmatic slash Beirut. Okay, yeah, Quadmatic and Beirut, thank you for putting this together. Beirut put together the total screenshot. Quadamic actually got the pictures itself, so both of them are very, very helpful from this. Albion on top, yep. Background with New World, I'm a dedicated player, nearly have 8,000 hours, so the clearly played New World a lot. Despite taking a significant break over 4 months, my commitment to the game is not just about the playing the game. So like clearly this is someone that like understands the game. The expert group thing is like kind of a secret thing that I was recommended for but never invited to. I know if you get invited to it, you have to sign an NDA from people that recommended me to it. They told me at least that much about it. The NDA part will make it so this player can't say anything, which is why they are doing this whole Reddit post. Darn still in alpha next year, I guess. Yeah, Ashes is still in alpha. It's doing alpha 2 now, and then betas, I think, are like a year or two out. But they are going to keep the alpha up until the game launches for Ashes. The state of development, so... Okay, let's just jump to the development issues. I think this is like the interesting thing. So this is the guy that's affiliated with, like, some decisions are being made from AGS, like they're bouncing decisions to this team back and forth because they are the quote-unquote experts. And he is saying that there's no leadership. We have clearly seen that there's probably not a lot of leadership from decisions that are being made, and I would argue that that's very similar. There was a video that was made by Duke Sloth earlier where he called for the firing of Scott, for example, because he thinks he has really, really poor leadership. I would argue Scott is probably great from a business perspective. He is not great as the face of players. I don't think he should be the one in front of the camera. But I generally agree that if Scott is making decisions, I don't think he should be the one making decisions. I just feel like Scott is like more of a figurehead and there's someone else making decisions, because I imagine most people don't want to be in front of camera. So that's the thing with that. Scott and Katie have failed the player base. Yeah, both of them just haven't earned people's trust. Like, both of them just don't feel real. Because they always say, like, what's best from a corporate perspective, right? They never really identify with the player base that they are trying to communicate to effectively. And I think that's something that they lack on a lot. And I think Dave is generally a lot better with. Because Dave, like, acknowledges the problems versus Scott and Katie, like, to generally pretend the problems don't exist. So they're saying that there's no clear leadership. That generally makes sense. There's poor integration of feedback. So they're giving feedback, like QA is giving feedback. They're saying that there's all these bugs, which I've experienced too, right? I gave them 200 bugs, 5 to 10 were fixed. Same thing happened to them. They would give feedback and stuff wasn't implemented. I was told that this expert group, you guys know the stamina bug? That was actually caught and fixed on a build that expert group tested, but was never actually implemented into live before it got rolled out, which just shows how poor AGS is at like communicating internally and generally fixing things before they go to live. Like, imagine fixing a problem that's a really big issue and then you push the wrong build out to live. Like, that's crazy to me. Like, that's like inexcusable. That's to the point where you fire that engineer immediately on the spot and you go hire a new DevOps person. Like, that is literally inexcusable and basically a fireable offense. Like, if they were at my company and that were to happen, that spot person would be fired on the spot. Like, I am very surprised that someone was able to do that. I don't think Duke Sloth called for the firing. He said that people are calling for it, but Scott is just more of a face of New World. Yeah, okay. It's slightly concerning that they don't even concern about the downvoting on Steam and stream or on Steam. Yeah, no, I'm kind of surprised by that too. But I guess we just keep the downvotes on if they don't want to earn the upvotes. That standard was set in the first 6 months of the launch. Yep, 100%. 100%. There were a lot of bugs and a lot of feedback that was given at the initial month of launch by players, by streamers. Streamers are players too, but like, you know, they're kind of a separate class in terms of like their influence. And like a lot of it was taken up like face value, and I feel like it was not really acted upon. It seems like everything seemed heavily compartmentalized inside their studios. Yeah, and it didn't really gel well together at all. Broken promises, unrealized potential. AGS has a history of making grand promises about upcoming features and improvements. However, the execution also falls short. So they're saying they'll deliver things, but then they just don't meet deadlines, resulting in features that are either drastically different from what was promised or completely underwhelming. This is like mostly a problem with like having soft deadlines, I would argue. But there's that. This is a gray area. Because if you force someone to meet a deadline, but they don't put out a quality product, then that's bad. And you want to set good deadlines, but it's crazy that they like can't deliver on what was promised, like based off the roadmap, right? And we don't really know why that is. I imagine this person doesn't know why it is directly either, because they aren't directly under AGS and they probably just signed an NDA. But like, say they said that they could deliver 100 features, and why is my mouse freaking out? Say they could deliver 100 features, but they have 80 devs, and then you lose 20 of those devs, so now you're down to 60 devs. You probably can't deliver 100 features anymore, considering you're working on an engine that no one knows how it works and begin with. So when you replace somebody, you have to train them for 3 to 6 months. That should be taken into account when you're determining what feature you're trying to deliver, though. Like, you need to expect turnover, especially at a company like AGS, which is a little bit notorious for like not paying people industry standard. But it is what it is, I guess. But they definitely did not meet deadlines. This point makes me absolutely think Lumberyard is god awful / they don't have tooling. Yeah, I think Lumberyard is just like one of the. I think you could make a very valued argument that AGS is actually a perfectly fine company and Lumberyard just killed the game. I would argue that you're kind of pushing it there. But Lumberyard is a big reason why this game did not work out, in my opinion. This was always my impression, but the studio's gross incompetency can't be ignored either. Yeah, that's what I would argue, Kitty. Like, it's a combination of both factors, but the Lumberyard definitely did not help. Recent announcements, what was said. So this is talking about the new stuff. We have a few new features that are mentioned here. So automatic PvP flagging. We just saw that in the video. There's no option to opt out, making it a high-risk zone. So this is like Albion, right? Like, Albion's entire purpose of like certain zones is like there's black zones, which are like if you die, it's death. There's red zones, which you can get killed and lose all your stuff, but you have an idea of like how many people are actually flagged for PvP. This is like effectively like a black zone in Albion, so if you die, it's complete death, but it's like FFA. So there's a mode in Albion called the Miss, and that's basically what this is, except the Miss does this infinitely better than what they mention here. The idea of the Miss is you have 1v1 set up, but it's not a strict 1v1, it's like 1vx, but everyone's alone, and you don't know who you're fighting against at all. And New World isn't taking any stance on like trying to limit who you're fighting against. If you limit who you're against, like if you make it hard to know who you're fighting, then you immediately make it less likely to have teaming, if not almost impossible to have teaming. Like, people could take a 2v1 on someone and then kill them and fight each other, but there wouldn't be direct teaming, if that makes sense. You did your research on Albion, huh? No, I've been playing it, so it's like, this is what Albion is. That's the entire game in a nutshell. Albion is a full loop PvP MMO. And it's something that they 100% should have copied and 100% should have researched in terms of being a game to take a lot of stuff from. And it feels like AGS is not taking anything from it. There's one thing that should take away from it. It's how the mist mode works in Albion. People will team up regardless. Yeah, but if you don't know who you're teaming up with, then it's a lot better than having 50 muskets all shooting random people that are trying to get in and out of the zone. Albion Mist won't work in New World. It probably won't work directly, but I think systems like it could be taken. Like, I think the ability to not know who you're fighting against in that zone could be an improvement. Like, I don't think they have a way to port people into random spots throughout the zone, but that would be pretty cool too. But there's stuff where they can kind of take that into consideration. What's the high risk? The high risk is if you die, you lose all the resources gathered within the zone. I would argue it's medium risk. Like, that's not super high risk. The risk is you wasted your time. Yeah, like, basically. So if you gathered 60 lumber, or whatever you call the resource you get from chopping down trees, and someone killed you in that zone, then you would lose all 60 of that. But you would not lose your gear. Which is a lot safer than Albion, but yeah. You don't waste your time since you're still gaining XP. True. I think in New World people will probably be max level, but that's true for Albion. Tent placement restrictions, so you're not gonna be able to place a tent, you're not gonna be able to respawn there, so you can't do like respawn cheesing, which is good. Solo play mandate, this is what we just talked about. Difficult exits, this is a really, really important one. Leaving the island is intentionally challenging. The exit area is a hot spot for ambushes, especially from players equipped with muskets. I don't think they know this is speculation, but it makes sense, right? And we have the picture of the map too. This is what the map looks like. It is very obvious when you look at this that this entire area entering the island is going to be camped by muskets. It is completely obvious because people are going to have to enter through that and are going to have to exit through that. So it's a perfect spot just to sit and just kill people. So I am very surprised that this seems like a big red flag to me, and it doesn't feel like there's any steps taken to mitigate this. It's very hard to reach max in Albion. Yeah. Like they don't even acknowledge the fact that there's going to be teaming. Like it feels like that should have been the first thing they thought about here. Why even farm and loot when you can just musket and steal stuff and run off? I mean, exactly. That's like kind of the point. I think that it should be like a thing. Like there should be a like, hey, you could be looting and like stuff like that. But that system should be a lot better. Like right now, like say you're looting a chest, right? Like if you have a chest and you're looting it, you are completely exposed. And if you get shot by anyone, you stop looting that chest immediately. And you can't loot it. Like that inherently favors range because a range player could just tag someone and they just can't access that node anymore. So I'd argue that like this is really, really bad from gathering chest perspectives. If they don't like limit this and if they keep this mechanic, it's really, really bad from like a resource perspective, but it's less bad because resources keep the percentage versus chests you have to completely restart. Honestly, the biggest thing they could do is make shields on the back block ranged attacks run away. I mean, I think what they should do is if you're gathering from a chest, someone has to be within 10 meters of you to do damage to you. Like, I don't think that's insanely hard to do from a dev perspective, but it would make a lot more sense than just getting tagged across the map by a random range player. It would improve that a lot. Don't forget the infinite range projectiles. Yeah, exactly. Like, say that you have like, you're gathering a chest, you're here, and you have like a barrier, like a bubble. So if there was a musket player like way over here, they wouldn't be able to hit you anymore because you're gathering from that chest. Like something like that would improve this a lot. If you're gonna lean in the mist idea, you could have people mist in, mist out, the closer / further away that they are. Yep. Yep. So the further away someone is, the smaller of a mist they make. Yep. Like mechanics like that would just be beneficial. It's gonna be a huge chest and some smaller shit chests and fixed spawns. Yeah, so like you're never gonna be able to gather from the huge chest because someone's gonna keep tagging you unless you team. Like right now, the current way that people gather from a chest, like say this is a chest, you'll have player 1 sit and gather from the chest, and you'll have player 2 shield player 1 from the damage that is coming from a musket that's like further away. Like that's how you gather from chests right now. And you counteract this. I don't think AGS even knows about this mechanic. Like, I don't think they pay attention to influence races at all, but this is what happens right now. And it's very, very hard to, like, deal with it effectively. But if shooting you on the chest doesn't interrupt you opening it, I mean, that would make you better. That would make it better too, but it still has a similar problem where you're not dealing with the ranged projectiles. Like, I think you have to either give projectile range a limit to counteract this, or you need to have some sort of artificial barrier. Like, I don't, like, if you can gather during it, that would probably help too, but you're still going to get lit up by a musket that you can't even see and you can't easily deal with because it could just run away because it's in light. They could, the other thing that they could add too that would partially help this problem is they could add in cleanse potions, right? To be craftable for everyone, because they added in cleanse potions and you wouldn't get the powder burn plus slow that's extended by 150 dex and 250 int and is not counterable from CC reduction effects like freedom, because freedom works off the base duration, not the max duration, so it doesn't actually reduce that 150 dex and 250 int, which makes this like infinitely more toxic. So that would be a thing that would help prevent this too. So that's what I'm about. AGS always does the shallow, deep gameplay that they never expand upon, like territory ownership is a treasure trove of potential gameplay patterns that reinforces its MMO roots. Yep, territory ownership could be way better. If you guys have, maybe we'll even watch it at some point, but Ashes of Creation did a war video, and the way that they do their war involves the entire territory, and a lot of Ashes of Creation systems that they're outlining involve the entire territory for some bonus, and that's something that I don't think New World really capitalizes on at all. Like, we have our town boards and like bonuses, but like you don't really feel them. Like, it doesn't feel like if you are trying to help your town, you really feel a ton of changes overall. Sorry guys, this isn't an MMO, it's an ARPG. Yeah, I'm sorry, Crush, it's true. But you know, do we continue on here? I think we continue on here. Resource collection and new currency. While the island does not introduce new raw materials, existing nodes yield significantly higher amounts of resources. However, gathering these resources takes much longer, which increases the risk of being attacked during collection. I imagine if you have higher gear score tools, this will not really be an issue, and this player just didn't really think about that. I could be wrong about that, but like, just get better tools, lol. You're not going to drop them on death, so you might as well have them. But I don't think gathering resources is a huge problem, because even if it gets canceled, you can just start it again, but it's more of a problem with chess. A new type of coin drops in a zone used to purchase valuable items. There's also a new token that drops exclusively from a large chest, so there's one giant large chest apparently, which takes an agonizingly long time to open, making people vulnerable to attacks. So you get these tokens, and then that gives you some reward, probably has like some sort of daily cooldown. There is a thing here too where maybe people will just like, you know, log on at like 1 or 2 in the morning and just go hit the chest for some reason, just to get it, but we'll see. That's probably what I would do originally to try to help counter the musket thing, but like, it's going to be brutal. How is it that an advantage to gather more over longer normal nodes would be just as efficient then? Yeah, it doesn't really make sense, right? Like, you would think that it would just give you more because it's a higher risk. Like, if you say you gather from an orichalcum node and it gives you 20 orichalcum right now, like, you would think if you gather from the zone in this PvP area, it better give me like 60 to 80. Like, it better give me like quadruple. Like, that is much higher risk. I could be wasting all my time here. Like, you would think that there would be like a really heavy incentive towards that, to the point where PvE players would heavily consider doing stuff in this mode. Just tuning in, what are you reading? We are reading a deleted post off the New World Discord because it violated AGS's quote-unquote terms of service, which basically means they leak something that they weren't supposed to leak. A leak was deleted off of the Reddit, and we are reading what that leak is now, and like how that affects the update. Will this be a VOD or a video of this? Yeah, so one benefit of doing this live stream thing, which I'm doing dual streaming right now, is this entire VOD. Okay, this is a little delayed. This entire VOD is going to be on YouTube passively, and then I'm also going to be porting this over to a separate video if people don't want to actually like watch this whole thing. So that will make that a little bit easier as well. But this is partially on YouTube, and because I got an extension for that. I just haven't figured out how to do the YouTube chat yet, unfortunately. So we just have Twitch chat. Can you port this over to PS4 for me? I'm pretty sure PS4 has YouTube, so yes, it's going to be there for you. Why don't you tell us that you're in the expert group, Elliot? Dude. I can't believe they don't have, like... There are some players that probably should be in this expert group that aren't in this expert group, and I'm curious how many people that they're, like... They quote-unquote, like, blacklisted for, if that makes sense. Like, maybe they, for example, don't like Trick because he is very out there, because streamers need to be out there to get reactions, which reactions turn into views, so it's inherently... It's an advantage for a streamer to be quirky and weird, but Trick's shown on other streams that he can be like very sensible at times. Like I wouldn't be surprised if they just blacklisted Trick when he's actually like, you know, has some decent ideas. He has the biggest active player base of the community, and like they could involve him, for example. Like there's stuff like that, or like it doesn't really make sense to me. Like they could involve like Willie, for example. He's probably a more sensible dude. Like to him, Willie needs his game to succeed, or he has to go back to work IRL. So like, it's very clear he's going to try to help the game, but I don't think he's been approached at all. So I'm like very surprised there's stuff like that hasn't happened. Reporting from Holly 4am. Hi, I am reported from our New World Romania. Our studio is ready to monetize. Nice. I don't think they like streamers, in my opinion. I mean, I don't know if they really like streamers. It feels like they don't. Like it feels kind of two-faced to me, but I could tell you it's probably better to be on the good terms of streamers than the bad terms of streamers. Like you think about Overwatch. Overwatch gives every single streamer that's relatively big access to what nerfs and buffs heroes will be getting early, so that they can give feedbacks to the devs. Like why isn't that done with New World? Like that's Blizzard. Blizzard is, as of recent, not a very popular studio. Or I guess Activision Blizzard now, or whatever is it Microsoft? I don't even know. It's a company that's not super well fawned over, but they do it that way. I don't understand why New World can't do it that way. They worked with Redbird and BGLG before. I mean, they're solid, but they're PvE oriented, right? Like I don't think they've worked with PvP oriented people at all. And like if they wanted a sensible PvP person, like Willie is like, although he's done like weird stuff because he's a streamer, he's pretty sensible in my opinion. Or even like me, like I don't know, like there's other people too. Like you don't have to go to streamers as well. Like there's plenty of other people who are not streamers that are sensible and know how the game works. And just streamers are more known because they get views. So you want some streamers to understand, streamers can quickly change the perception of the game. Yeah, I mean like even if the streamers are like a small percentage, like you think of like Asmongold, for example. Asmongold had Trick on his stream because he views Trick as the face of New World, since Trick has the most viewers. Like, it's that plain and simple. So you would think that AGS would try to make Trick happy because he has the most viewers, and if Trick is happy, other people will be happy, more people play the game. Like, it's a win-win. Like, it doesn't really make sense from a marketing perspective to not involve them at some capacity. Baggins and Dane got invited to some event, and AGS fed them everything back in the day. Asmon has more viewers than New World has players. Yeah. I mean, they didn't listen to any of Asmongold's feedback when he's given it to you for the most part. Like he's listened to a little bit. They've increased the player amount from 2,000 to 3,000 over time, but it's been like that's been a big thing for Asmongold. Trick, good streamer, but unethical. Yeah, I would tend to agree with that, but I still think like it's something that you like sort of have to entertain to some extent, just because of a number perspective, even if you don't want to. Like, they could pay to be on streams that have 4,000 people and a paid crowd to clap whenever they say something, even if it doesn't really make sense while they're clapping, or they can, like, you know, actually go to the source. Like, I don't understand why they're trying to work around the problem. Cursed materials, we've already kind of talked about this, where you lose stuff, so that's really big. Artifact and quality of life changes, few new artifacts being introduced, though they're not particularly groundbreaking. Some of the life improvements are on the way, but are mostly minor design tweaks rather than significant enhancements. So we're getting some stuff, but it's not a ton, is like the TLDR of this. From an artifact and quality of life perspective, I assume we're gonna get an artifact for every single, like a second artifact for every single weapon or armor or jewelry that doesn't have it right now, because that's how it's outlined in the data mine, where they tend to try to give everyone one new artifact per year. It's like what they've kind of been going for. I think Don hate their marketing budget. Now you all are blacklisted. Persistent and game-breaking bugs. Yeah, they aren't fixing these. Like the gear score scaling thing that I pointed out, by the way, this was pointed out internally by that expert group about 4 to 5 months before I did. Like, it was pointed out in December that this would be a problem. They didn't fix it. They were like, okay, we're going to brush it under the rug, pretend it doesn't exist. I figure out with Jordan, mostly Jordan, figure out that it exists because we weren't really paying attention before and realized how it worked. And we're like, oh my gosh, this is a thing. And people start abusing it in wars, and then we have to put it out that it needs to get changed. It's like some stuff like that. That's like, why are they letting a problem that was alerted months ago not be fixed? Like, you should fix the problem, but before it becomes an issue. It's like saying you have like a cavity and be like, oh, it's not a problem. And then like people have died from cavities, right? Like, you can die from a cavity if you don't like go to the dentist or whatever. And it's like stuff like that. It's deleted now. We just have the pics now. Yeah. We have it pinned in the Discord too if you want to see it. Right here. The long list or the short list one. Both of them are there. I'm about to die. Yeah, wait, what? You could die from a cavity? Yeah, if it gets infected. If it gets infected and that can spread to your like other parts in your head, right? Like your teeth are connected to your skull. Like, it spread to other parts and then it can kill you. People have died from cavities. Like, I don't know. You want to address problems. That's the point. Septus. Is that what it's called? Crafting overhaul. Crafting systems are set to change once again. My advice is for players to pause any major crafting activities and save their resources until the new system stabilizes. There are a few things like the end game ore that's like effectively worthless right now that might be interesting. We don't really know how you're gonna get 725. Like, maybe that involves like they don't really say there's new resources here, but maybe that involves resources in a different way than before. So that's something that kind of that's noteworthy at least. And then one of the one of the most significant issues plaguing New World's development is a disconnect between the developers and the actual gameplay experience. Many developers spend minimal time in a game, leading to a lack of understanding the practical implications of their design choices. I mean, like implementations of their design choices. Yeah, this makes sense. Like, to be honest, I wouldn't expect a dev to like. I think there was one dev that we knew at one point that I don't think he works at AGS anymore that like used to be slotted in wars, like way, way, way back in the day. And that is just like, I don't know, like you would think that there would be more of a connection there and more decisions would be based off of the players, but they're not, because they don't really interpret the data in a way that a player would interpret the data. Like, it feels like there's a large disconnect. Like, so it goes back to that thing we mentioned earlier with like, if they're focusing on if 20% of players made it to endgame, they're focusing on capitalizing on 80% rather than focusing on capitalizing on the endgame and the 80%, which would allow better retention for that 80%. And maybe they buy more skins or the battle pass or something like that. Dave clearly understands the game as a whole. Scott and Katie clearly do not. Yeah. That's why I would prefer if Dave was calling shots and Scott and Katie were maybe more bringing the business side to Dave, but like, it's crazy that like that it feels like there's a disconnect there. Like, I don't think Dave probably wants that responsibility, but he's the only one that like I currently trust from a player perspective because he clearly can connect to players at some point. I think he actually did a relatively good job at the combat balancing because he at least tried to balance the game versus the current team that we have hasn't tried to balance the. They did one balance patch in 6 months, so cut them all. Is that really cutting slack? Did one balance patch in 6 months? Like that's horrible. Dave did a balance patch like every two weeks to a month. Like that's like, oh my god, why did they do one balance patch in 6 months? That's actually crazy now I think about that. I didn't really think about that before. And yeah, and it was an awful patch. Yeah, I didn't really like they nerfed Blunderbuss and it wasn't really used. They nerfed Spear, but Spear's still actually pretty good. They did adjust the annoying part about Spear, so I'm not like super mad about that. But it feels like it didn't shift the meta at all, which is what people wanted. People wanted a meta shift, and it didn't happen. Minimal developer engagement. Most developers play the game for a bit. Ignore it. Expert advice. So this one I think is really, really important. That like they should be listening to feedback, but they aren't. And that's more of a, I think they listen to what they want to hear and don't necessarily listen to what they need to hear kind of thing. The constant dismissal of feedback from the expert group has led to the growing sense of disillusionment amongst those who have brought on to help guide the game's development. Yep. Like I feel like they probably listen more to me, like as a person that puts out content about the game than the expert group, which doesn't really make sense. Like your decisions should be based off people that like know information. Like I don't know all the information. Like it should be based off the QA. It shouldn't be based off the streamers. But if they mess up with not listening to the QA, then it's going to come to the attention of the streamers, and we're going to draw attention to it. So they're probably terrified of doing something that will alienate the remaining player base. SNS/Spear/Firestaff Andes. Yeah. As doomer as it sounds, it's because New World was never meant to be a game around forever, just so they can get Lord of the Rings out. I mean, yeah, but I don't think they're really focusing heavily on Lord of the Rings. I think that a lot of the stuff from New World will help with Lord of the Rings since they're using the same engine for some reason. Hope on the horizon, despite the myriad issues, there are still reasons to be cautiously optimistic. The game's core mechanics have significant potential, and there are other positive changes in the pipeline. However, given the track record of mismanagement and poor implementation, it's very difficult to be overly hopeful. Yep. And positive changes, potential for improvement. The game's foundation is solid with the right direction and implementation. There's a chance for significant improvement. I feel like we can't argue this point. It's been like 3 years or something like that. Like, you can't talk about potential 3 years in. You can talk about potential maybe a year in, but not 3 years in. Community passion. Yeah, I mean, this is very apparent. And then this guy said he'd answer any questions, but the mods deleted every single response that he had on the thread. So that was funny. Be right back. Buying puts on Amazon. I mean, this is not AGS does not affect Amazon's revenue at all. Like, I don't think they're really significant there. Micro, they had a strong player base, as you pointed out, when they decided to shift to console, meaning they were focused by corporate for Lord of the Rings and had nothing to play with but player numbers. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that I think is like a big takeaway here. It's like, when did they make this call? Like, they made this call probably at some point between, like, in the last year. And it's like, they made the call when they had an active player base that they didn't want to focus on the active player base. They want to develop for console, which I would argue, if you have 140 players coming back to your game, you better make that game good. Like 140,000 players, that's concurrent, right? That's not total. Like, say this is like 5 million players. Like 5 million players pay $30 for your DLC. You've paid for your dev team. Like, you're fine. Like, you shouldn't need much more than that. But and I don't blame them for going to a console approach, but like, I feel like they could have definitely tried to retain the player base a lot more. AGS isn't even a rounding error. Did you know that you can't call your company that contains any form of union in Amazon? Yeah, Amazon's very anti-union. I know at launch the AGS said that they had multiple years of runway ahead of them from the sales. Yeah, I mean, they made so much at launch. Like, game revenue. Oh gosh, this is the super bright article. Sorry, let me turn on the thing that won't blind us here, because I'm sitting in a dark room at least. There we go. That's a little bit more readable. Yeah, they grossed 250 million bucks. Like they're fine. Like we talk about like the revenue as like it being like kind of a bad thing at some point, but like they're fine. That's a lot of dough. You know, like they've made a profit on this game and some. They definitely could continue to support development. I mean, they want to of course like grow that number, but like if you have an active player base and they buy cosmetics, you're fine. 8.3 million units sold. Yeah. Like that's plenty. 235 million, it can make a small city. Yeah. Even the average and medium playtime is good. Yep. Wait, does that say it here? That average reviews going down. Oh yeah, average playtime 148 hours. I mean, that's really high. Median 56. So yeah, median's like even pretty high. That's not bad. I mean, ideally you want this to be probably closer to like 100, but like that's not awful. Is that gross revenue even considering game sales? Or even considering in-game sales? It's probably not. Like this is probably just sales off their launch. They probably made closer to like 400 mil, I imagine, just from server transfers. Like God, $15 per server transfer. You know how much they made off of that? Like holy crap. Median is almost 1 hour or $1 per hour base game, same pay as Amazon workers. Oh God. I mean, they made their money. They could definitely capitalize on this better. Like they could have done. I think they could do a lot more to support people currently playing the game with the money that they've been given, effectively. Dude, the light in my room died. Now it's just pitch black in here. This is so weird. Like blinded by everything. I usually like the light on when I'm playing games, but can't do that today. Oh wait, never mind. I don't think it's just died. Yep, someone flipped the switch. Look behind you, Mikro. I have a wall behind me. I'm fine. I used to not have a wall behind me, and it like drove me nuts. I thought there'd be people walking in on me. AGS is rating Mikro confirmed. Nah, I don't know. There's just like a lot of stuff that they could be doing to improve the game. Like, but the leadership wise is the thing that stings the most. I've been saying this for a while, but as soon as Lord of the Rings game was announced, I think New World player base was the Lord of the Rings beta testers. Yeah, likely. Any semblance of a player / war wager system would have saved them. Oh, dude, that would have been so cool if you could wager on wars in game. Like in-game gambling, it would have been a lot better. Like there's a lot of content there. I wish AGS would sell the game off to a different company. It wants to develop it further. I feel like anytime someone sells the game off to a different company, they tend to think that they can make money off of it by like cutting employees and then just like spinning the game somehow. And I feel like it doesn't usually benefit games from what I've seen, but it would be cool. Like I feel like this gives a game that like it maybe could benefit, but like I don't think it's ever going to happen because they have a proprietary engine that the game's built upon. So they can't, if they did that, they wouldn't be able to like make changes effectively. If you see a glint of light, it's the shine off the monitor. Bezos' shiny head's behind you. Oh man. Or this war fixing drama would have popped off of it. Oh, can't believe they didn't add underwater weapons and content with swimming. Okay, it's crazy to me that they just added swimming and they didn't like add like diving and like underwater gathering and like resources and stuff like that. Like that seems so bare bones to me. Like I'm shocked that they didn't add that. Can't believe they didn't add rhinos or wait, the Discord guys, it's hippos. Yeah, they added hippos. But yeah, I don't know. That's kind of what I think about New World at this point. I wouldn't say I'm actively playing New World at this point. I am like in the opposite mode since we have 125 days till we get content dropped. So I've been playing Albion, and it's been fun, and I'm probably gonna go play Albion. But underwater focus sucks. Yeah, I mean, it's just like a completely different game if they focus on underwater stuff. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go head to the bathroom, and then I'll probably put Albion on stream. People want to see what that game's about. If they don't, I don't completely blame you guys, but it's been more fun than New World for me, and I think for the most part, most people are looking at other games. Like, I think most content creators at this point have like kind of moved on. At least to like not put all their eggs in the basket. There's definitely a few still doing it, so apparently there's still wars, but from what I've seen in terms of the YouTube side, people kind of moved on. Is PAX D coming out soon? Like, I know there are a few people excited about this, but I don't think it's out yet. There's another one too. Guild Wars 2 is kind of poggies. I haven't tried that one at all. Be back. I think it's time to boot up the other game. But, don't really want to queue to OPR. So I lined up a character in Albion from Shenanigans. Alright. Do you want to hop into a call, Silver, and meet up? For people, I've not introduced Silver at all. Silver was like my original New World company I joined. Silver was like one of like 3 people that like got me into it. Basically that like I had fun playing with at the time, like 3 or 4 people, like the main people, and he is like really, really, really good at Albion. Like, I think his guild is like top 30 in NA or something like that. Like, it's really, really good for the player base. So he's been helping me a lot. Thank you for covering the leak. Yeah, no problem. All that stuff will be on the YouTube tomorrow too. Which role do you want to play in Albion, by the way? Also tank? I have not been playing tank right now. I've been playing a different one. I'm shy. Okay, we don't have to call. But let me get back to a safe spot. Or maybe I'll just recall. Yeah, I can just recall. And then I can kind of explain how this game works. You are calling. Do you want me to put the comms on stream, or do you not care? Or not? Okay. Because it'll probably be more entertaining for people than just listening to me.
Probably. Then, yeah.
Also, I need to adjust the audio to be pointing to a different thing.
People might think you're a weirdo talking to yourself, you know, or with a ghost.
This is true. So for people that
Too big of a delay.
yeah, people that haven't played this game, there are a lot of people that play this game. This is like a small spot, obviously, like kind of alive. It's the base core of how the game works in terms of combat is every single piece you have gives you skills, and they're swappable. So it's kind of like New World where you swap your weapons, you get different skills. Except in this game, it's you swap your weapon, you swap your armor, and it's all like basically customizable. So there's sort of like an infinite amount of builds that you could have, and the meta shifts around a lot, from my understanding. Alright, so where should I meet up with you? I'm in Martlock right now.
Hold on, man. I'm eating soup, brother.
Okay.
You should probably do a couple corrupted. I'll munch my
Okay.
soup while
I'll do
watching
that
ya.
then.
Can stream hear me now?
Yeah, they can.
Oh,
I can-
hello stream.
I can mute you if you want if you're eating your soup.
No. I won't be slurping. No worries.
Oh. Yeah, meta shifts around depending on the content you are doing, how many people you have. Yeah, so for my build, what I'm doing, this is a solo dagger build that Silver recommended me, and the goal of this is basically I have an ability to heal myself and spam attacks faster. So I'm like using the ability to heal myself and spam attacks faster to do better in terms of solo PvE. It also is okay in PvP, but it's not really good in PvP until you get higher gear. Like a lot of the stuff on Albion is like drop on death, so this is like effectively like a 4-1 build is what people call it. Because it's enhancement 1, level 4 for most of my stuff. You can get up to 8-4, and that's the best build and costs a lot more, but this is like a budget build basically for a new player.
Yo, Hand Ketchup asking what guild I'm in. I'm in
Oh,
Kool-Aid.
yeah, we forgot
It was
the weapon passive.
I think Kool-Aid was top 10 last season, if I'm not wrong. But I kind of quit like halfway in, cause things, you know.
But in New World, we were the controllers of Yggdrasil at one point. I don't even know how to say it still.
Yggdrasil.
We just called it Yig.
Yggdrasil.
Which is like, it lasted a while. Yig was like the last server to get merged on West,
It
I
was
think.
fun.
Yeah. That was like way back in the day.
But it didn't seem like missed out that much from when I quit, you know.
No, they did not really add that. They added artifacts.
I mean, Wars still looked fun, you know. The Brim upgrade looked pretty fun too.
Yeah. That's probably the most fun content.
Seems like your mods can't change the game.
Yeah, not really. Alright, so this is an instance where you're 1v1 versus another player that I've been doing a bit of to help get better at PvP. So that's what we're going to be probably doing on stream for a bit. It's called a Corrupted Dungeon. This is not the mist thing I talked about. This is a specific 1v1 instance where you 1v1 a specific player with PvE going on in the background. So there's like bosses and there's PvP at the same time. So it's kind of interesting. I'll try to explain what I'm doing here. Top streamer section, not even streaming a game. It's Poggies.
Dude, this is League New World content, okay?
Yeah.
Future update.
This is New World when they add in the future stuff. Okay, I'm being a little stupid. So my entire build is just focused on this like bleed mechanic basically. And
New World Mobile.
apologies if I do weird stuff because I'm kind of out of it right now.
Yo,
All right.
Don't embarrass
Yeah,
yourself,
I know. I'm kind of embarrassing myself right now. I'm not playing well at the beginning. I swear we played so much better yesterday, but I also haven't played this game.
No,
today.
you were cracked yesterday, man. You won like most of your duels as well,
Yep.
which is surprising because a lot of good players come here just to like quickly test out their builds to see how it like performs and feels.
Yeah, but that's because there's weapon scaling here, so makes it easier for me.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I mean, it's nice that even if people come here in the best gear, because you do not lose it in this one, they still get like scaled down to your level a bit at least.
Yeah, so it's kind of like how OPR is this mode, where, okay, I should not have eaten that, but we can heal it all up. It's a lifesteal. That should be good. So
It's like you're getting your combo down pretty well.
yeah. I haven't explained what my abilities do at all. So now I'm getting moved to another PvP thing, so we're about to get PvP basically, where I invade someone else's area. But this D refreshes my cooldowns, the F is a sprint. The two abilities in the middle are basically my combo, and then the other two are sort of mechanics. So now I invaded this other player. I basically have to try to find them and kill them. I don't really care a ton about the damage I take until I get there. I just want to get a little closer. When I get out of combat, I'll passively heal, so I don't really care about killing all the mobs. So like right here, I can passively heal to full. So I'm trying to find this player and do stuff to them. And they're probably up here in the top right, because they cleared this area. In this area over here, so they're probably up there, so that's what I'm working my way towards.
Seems like you just started the dungeon.
Yeah, I just got into it. I could fight these mobs, but the instant I kill these mobs, he kind of knows where he is because he knows where I am because the dot disappears, so I'm trying to avoid fighting a lot of the mobs. Sorry, you're not holding right click? I'm unable to grasp anything you're saying. I know. It's very, very different. It is like top down. I think that's the one thing I don't love about this game, but like everything else I've liked about it so far. This dude that's coming after me alerts the other player where I am, so I'm trying to avoid basically seeing it. Okay, there's a hook guy, which I also kind of want to avoid. But I don't think I can avoid.
That's a cursed path right there.
Yeah. So maybe we pick a different path and we just kill this dude.
Just kill the dog.
So now he knows where I am. But I don't really want to go down the hook path because it's like a easy way to die. Because those guys will just kind of just destroy
you.
you.
Using a bow with a pushback or a crossbow might be really difficult in there.
So we could try the other way.
Or it could be advantages. Depends who you're facing.
True. So I'm taking the sneaky path through a bunch of mobs, basically, to get to him right now. You guys are talking about Star Wars now? Anakin's basically no longer the chosen one. Alright, let me chill for a bit and heal up. So those bats have special effects, like this one puts those dogs to sleep. There's a boss here, but I don't really want to fight the boss. Okay, we're gonna have to use her combo. And hope that I'm not getting snuck up on while I heal up. So he hasn't really killed anything. I think he's still on the top.
It does seem like he's just camping his spawn.
Yeah. So this is the area that I suspect him to be at, but he might not be. It's not on the map right now.
Maybe more southeast actually, like where the
Oh, there he is. So this guy has way better gear than me, so I'm gonna have to use the environment.
Oh, that's gonna be a difficult one to face. His chest piece has a cleanse ability.
So I'm trying to bait him in over here. But
This
yeah,
should be nearly impossible for you.
yeah. So that
His
guy,
chest piece counters your whole kit by having the cleanse ability. So if you just launch yourself fully on him, all your buffs would disappear basically.
so then I can't get the bonus attack speed and all that stuff.
Yep. Your chest piece would get cleansed. Your E, I think, as well would get cleansed. Your buff from W, the bonus damage, would get cleansed. Even your run.
So there's basically not a way to win that.
Not for this build, no. This is the time when you just look at the build and you're like, well, my build's not gonna beat it, so I'm just gonna break the crystals. But that's in a case when you're actually, care for your gear and you die and you lose your stuff. In this case, you always just try. You just have the feel of what that build can do to you. But yeah, it's a very difficult one because he could kite you if he his all-in's really good. and
Did
then
you-
his defenses are actually solid against you.
Yeah. So I didn't drop everything when I died there because I'm in a yellow zone going into that corrupted portal. If I am in a red zone and I go into that corrupted portal, I drop everything when I die. So like
Yeah, there's
one
3 levels.
Yeah, there's so yeah, anything higher than that level I'm at right now, I would drop everything. The beginning ones do not have that, and they have to hit a certain power to do the more advanced ones. So I can't actually do the more advanced ones with this current gear. But that's like a thing where I'm using a budget set, right? So if I was using like a better set, like I would have better odds in these. Like that guy is using like a, was it 6 or was it 8?
It was 7, 1 or 7.
Okay, so he's using like a level 7 set, right? I'm using a level 4 set.
Your set is like what, 50,000 silver? His set is about 2 million.
Yeah, okay. So
that's just a small difference.
yeah, so there shouldn't be a way I win that. The advantage of the set I have is if mine's only 50,000 and his is 2 million, right? And I get a kill on him in a real situation, then I just made a bunch of money. So that's kind of like how Albion works. It's like there's like certain builds like this one where it's like I might not win every matchup, but I might win like 20% of my matchups. But if I win 20% of my matchups and my set's so much cheaper than everyone else, then I could like make more in the long run. Read my last message. Okay, I'll try to find it, Berg. Sorry, you can go, Silver. I'm trying to find it. Open settings, graphics, scroll to the bottom, hit obtuse character highlighting on. Oh, obscured character highlighting. Okay. Why did I say obtuse? Just turn on camera shake too. No. That actually might be helpful.
Turn on blue.
Yeah.
No, don't. Actually, should have told you about that. I have that on too.
Okay, do another one. I don't think I could do the next tier yet. Now you can see your model through textures. Nice. Alright, so hopefully we don't go against someone that has just bissed out gear. Because then it's a little bit more entertaining.
The big part of you also is whenever you level up your gear, actually running the exact same gear you're running now, it will be way stronger.
Right.
I think once you max it out, you're gonna be like 2 more levels on top of whatever you're wearing. Like 2 more tiers. I think I showed you that before. Like currently you have like not even 900 IP. After you spec it up and get all the XP going, I think you might be getting close to like 1100.
Alright. So I'm going down here to the bottom right, because where this single dot is usually where a boss is, so I'm basically trying to go for the boss. Because the boss gives me rewards. And this is like a very small subset of like what there is in this game. This is just like content that's nice to like basically work on PvP. Like there's not really another reason to do this. Like there's better methods for leveling up and whatnot, but if you want to like get better at PvP, this is like a relatively good spot.
You just sit back and turn off and just do this over and over whenever you feel like it.
Deal.
You don't have to interact with nobody.
There's an arena mode too, right?
Yeah, it's not extremely popular, but it's worth to do a few wins a day to just get the bonus from it, I guess. There used to be some 5v5 actual with the good rewards. I think they removed them though, and they didn't produce as much rewards.
My combo there, just my base combo did like most of this guy's HP, and I'm like, they're gearing this by a little bit, I think. He's level 5 and I'm level 4, right? So it's like...
Also with Dagger Tree, you'll be able to experiment more with the weapons later on, and it'll be easy to swap since you already leveled Dagger, the Dagger Specialist. Because I think there are better Dagger builds for PvP 1v1s right there. And I know there was like a good brother builds, dagger pairs, you know. But the one you're using now, it's good for both like PvE and occasion PvP.
Check if you can faction flag. What's the button to faction flag?
You would have to talk to the guy in the town, and that's actually not a bad idea. I'm not sure if that actually stays on in corrupted dungeon though. You basically gain points for fighting for a certain faction, and they have like rewards, you know, shop rewards for it. You also gain like extra XP and some other stuff. So basically, whenever you decide to go to red zone to do like the open world mobs or something, it's worth checking it out, you know, because passively you're just gaining stuff from it. The only down part of it is if there's somebody from different faction that can actually kill you and loot you in a red zone. So I think that's a small drawback, to be honest, because people don't just flag up and run. The only legit thing... Oh?
Axe. This is I think it's pretty close.
It's like a full heal build. He heals
So-
a lot, basically.
So I want to bait him.
He's gonna throw the axes at you, so he has little distance. But preferred thing for him is gonna be, I think, when you all in. You're gonna notice when he's gonna heal a lot, so maybe keep your shoes, bait him into all in, and then keep your shoes. If he starts healing a lot, run away from him, you know? I think that's gonna be the play. And then run away, get your cooldowns back, and fight him again. See if he takes the bait. Oh, he poisoned you, walk away, walk away. Yeah, he wasted quite a bit. I think you should try to waste your
Heal.
shoes all in. And just do it.
They went around the other way.
I
So
think
just
waiting out and gaining a health back would be a pretty good option here. You know?
yeah, it's only a second or two more. Alright.
Yeah, you're already getting about.
Do I just gigantify and go?
Wait with your Giga just a little bit, but yeah, do it. Start attacking him and see how he reacts. He doesn't have a poison potion to damage you with anymore, so. Nice, nice. He's gonna try to heal now?
No, he's just not good at the game.
There you go. No, he's pretty bad, holy crap.
Yeah, I thought he would do more. Like
Well
I wasn't trying to all
No,
in because
he
I thought he
was
was gonna
like-
do something.
He was spinning around you there for a second. He could have just, you know, auto attack, but I mean, yeah. You gapped him. Skill gap.
I don't even like. Nah, listen, I can't even talk shit. Like he's just not good. Like that's like.
No,
go-
you you write down his name and DM him right now. Tell him that he's really bad at the game. You should quit.
He didn't know what he was doing. Yeah, like he did not know what he was doing. He didn't like do his kit well.
That's I mean, he had kind of the right build, so I don't know. He wasn't like completely clueless, you know.
Yeah.
But he might have been on a mobile. I don't know.
That's another thing
Just
with this
saying.
game. They added mobile to this, so you can play on PC or on mobile. I don't think a lot of PvPers play on mobile though. Or if they do, they're not very
I
good.
know some legit guys that do it, but they
Oh my
usually end
God.
up being healers in wars and ZVZs. And I used to, I made a light crossbow build where everything is basically like you don't have to aim. So I did win some Stalker games on mobile.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like completely dead, but it's just like you have to figure out a build that is super comfortable on your phone, tablet, or whatever you're using, and it's okay. It's doable. But 99% of the people will fail against the PC player.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
Crush.
if you're determined, it's doable.
Yeah, Crush It kind of looks like a mobile game, but the other benefit of that is you can get like very, very large amounts of players in a single instance. Like you could have like 400 deep, 400 PvP.
Bro, I have a, what is it? I have 3070, no, 3080, and I had my PC like not freeze, but like my screen was freezing up from the amount of players and things thrown at me, you know. So imagine what that could have done to a mobile guy. your settings have to be all the way down, you know, your character models need to be looking like pixels.
Oh god.
I don't know if that's to what extent you can change those settings and how they optimize it, but if it lags on a really good PC, I can't really see that being done on the mobile in like the very large scale. I wouldn't try it.
So that item we just
But,
picked
like-
up was worth like around 15k, and that's like a third of my kit, just from one item in a dungeon. So, sorry, go ahead. I cut you off.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, it's worth 16k. My entire kit is worth 50k, right? So that's worth like a third of my kit just from one item from a dungeon. So it's like, that's why the budget kits are so powerful sometimes. And that guy that we beat like probably had like a $100,000, 200,000 silver kit or something like that.
A little over that.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, it wasn't too super expensive, but if he, let's say he would go to the stalker level, because he would be able to go to with that skill level, he would probably go once versus you would be able to go like 4 times, 5 times, you know. I mean, I did in the past like actual builds, but I like for Slayer, I did it a few times, but it's a really expensive thing. Like all the players that are in Slayer and actually just playing to win the duels, they like optimize their stuff a lot. It's just basically like a meta for it almost. Like you can try to experiment, but it's just gonna be really hard for you to win on just some fun build that you figured out. So I would highly recommend if you move on to actually, you know, level that you know you're able to kill and die. Stalker should be it.
Mm-hmm.
There's more people that just having fun there, let's say, and then even if you go across a guy that's, you know, just meta slave, you would be able to not worry about it too much, because first he'll be soft cap, so his power won't be as much, and also you won't care as much because you're not gonna run like a, you know, 10 million gear set.
Right.
I think more popular right now currently is the mists.
Mm-hmm.
It like gives you more rewards and overall, but like I said, I just really dislike the snaky idea of a mod. But that's just me. Tons of players love it. You can go gather there, you can do PvE there, and that's just that, and then try to escape, and your reward's gonna be actually better than here. But we're all about PvP, you know, so.
Right.
If you want to just pure 1v1, this is it. If you don't care for that, it's kind of 1v1, you go for Mist.
Getting better at reading this boss, not really taking damage anymore.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Oh, wait.
They're
Cancel the thing.
repetitive, right? So
Yeah.
just get the pattern and do it the right way.
As I proceed to get hit by every fireball.
Yeah, whenever he does that a bit, I just run.
Yeah.
I don't even bother to put like maximize your DPS, because why stress? Why stress?
I think I can just straight out and win. Yeah.
I think so.
So that's what it looks like when you beat this, and then you can hop into another. So this is worth something, I think. No, not that much. Never mind. What about
purple
this?
chest.
Yeah, 20k.
Eh,
So I made my
alright.
I made my whole set basically, and that's
You
18.
ain't risking nothing for this money.
True. There we go. Next one. But the other thing I probably should show off too is how many builds there are. So I already
Yeah.
talked about how there's kind of like an infinite amount of builds in this game. Is it B to see the tree? Yeah.
I mean, show them first how many daggers there are, and then you can show how many trees there are, like overall.
Yeah.
Just to grasp of how many different weapons there are just in one,
So-
like the category.
Yeah, so under the Dex class, there's like what, like 6 things coming out of here? Yeah,
7, yeah.
6, 7. Yeah,
Seven.
and then you go to Dagger, and then after Dagger, there's like 7 weapons out of that, right? So there's like
I
40.
think so, yeah.
So there's like 49 different Dex weapons in this game alone, and there's like Dex. I don't even know how many different weapons there are. There's like probably close to 200 different weapons. Is there a Great Axe
There's
DB
a lot of
build?
trees. There's a lot of trees. There's 2 healing trees. There's arcane support tree. There's 3 different mage classes. Curse,
Just
fire, ice, and fire. Sorry, I forgot that's a 4. Then you have warrior weapons. You have swords, axes, maces, hammers. I'm maybe forgetting something still, but
So I didn't even include crossbows in Dex, but there's also crossbows too, and that
Yeah.
wasn't part of the Dex. So it's like there's probably 200 to 300 different weapons in this game, and then each weapon and each armor has a unique combo, so you can effectively have basically infinite builds. Or New World's like what? There's like 14 weapons. There's like maybe or something like that. Wait, no, there's 4 and then 3. So there's 15 weapons in New World, so there's like maybe 255 different builds or something like that. And this game has effectively like infinite. How distinct are there's weapon variations though, really? They all have different skills, so they're all pretty different. Oh, I forgot to hit the PvP thing.
so each like the type of weapon, like for example dagger, they share W abilities, all, and then they have unique special ability. They share Q and W actually. And then they have the unique special abilities. They also have the same passives on each dagger, like on each weapon. But then same comes to all the armor. You know, the armors share like 2 abilities, and then they all have unique abilities. So if you really think about it, you have very large pool of things you can mix and match. And of course, a lot of things don't mix together well. But I mean, nothing really is stopping you from experimenting.
Yeah.
And players get really innovative with this, and every week something new comes up. People figure out, you know, better builds for ZVZ, for 1v1s, for 5v5s, for some group fights, different content, chasing, ganking, you know, better escape builds so you can escape all these people.
So it's you can definitely kind of just do whatever you want. I don't know if there's a shotgun in the game Crush. It's not like colonial area. It's like a bit below colonial, but there's like dual-handed like crossbows if you wanted something like that. There is a great axe, like effectively, but that's a little easier. People usually say Q123 W123, so Q1 W1 build would play the first skill on both Q and W. I see. And then like
That's true. That is the terminology people use.
then there's like other abilities here that I don't have, right? Because I have a level 5 dagger. Like if I had a level 6 dagger, I'd have an extra ability that I can choose that's like better than the ones I have, and particularly for the W, because it like launches a projectile and they can like basically attach to people. But you have to level all those up, and I have not leveled that up yet. So that's something that I am currently working on. Like I have level 42 dagger after like 15 hours or something like that. And I need to get to like level 40 unlocks a new spell for certain types of dagger, and then like I get level 60 and then I unlock T7 daggers, level 70 unlocks like different spells, 85 is a different spell. So it's like stuff like that matters.
Yeah, Shadow Edge is a craft one.
Yeah.
Really good.
So that's like the grindy part of it, I guess. On top of like if you max out or if when you level stuff up, you get bonus like extra power effectively. So it encourages you to level up multiple things within the same tree and whatnot. Well, just level up in general. So and the game encourages you to try new things, basically. Like effectively with that. Not that people always do, but
Also, the game devs are also pretty good. They update the game quite often, introduce new levels, not levels, new content, or ways to go with the content. They listen to player feedback, actually. They have like, I think it's called Roundtable, where like the biggest guilds or alliances, they go together and talk about game, and then they talk to devs about it.
listen to player feedback.
Mm-hmm. That's something that you're not familiar with, I know, but
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, not really. How bad is the pay to win?
It's not bad at all. It's
Yeah.
not bad at all.
I mean-
Because, so, I can really run you down really quick with the pay to win idea of this game, because you can buy silver, you can buy premiums with you know, swiping your credit card. But essentially what it gives you is just premium gives you a faster progression. Premium can also be bought with silver. If you get out making silver, you don't need to pay for premium, essentially, right? With buying more silver, you would be, I guess, boosting yourself by buying better equipment right away. So you would think that is pay to win, but it truly is not, because those players often they're not even good at the game, so they just end up donating it to the other players that do not pay to win. So I don't know about the whole pay to win. I think it's like you could pay to do not, like, you grind less, I guess. You'd grind less to get like that premium going, and premium is kind of, you know, big thing. I mean, it's like, you could consider it pay to win, I guess, but not bad as some other games where you pay and you just get stronger because of it. No, you still have to grind. And then if Mikro, for example, would spend now $1,000 on silver, buy like books of experience and boost his character, he won't really get that far. It would like take a lot of silver to max out his character. I think currently there's like a single digit number of people that have fully maxed out trees of all the weapons. I mean, weapons is one thing, but like the gathering, the crafting takes a lot of silver to spec up.
There was one guy that I heard about that in New World for his company spent about $80,000 in real life, and I don't think it's probably that bad. That company isn't even like T1 or like T3.
Back in the day, that was probably like 4 years ago, my friend that I started playing this game with, he was part of the guild that spent about $40,000 on like day one, let's say. Like, they made characters, they liked the game, they spent $40,000 and they start buying everything. But they were pretty much still nobodies at that point, because nobody really cared that they maxed out their characters. It's about what you do with your character after you maxing it out. So they weren't very good players. They would just keep losing their gear. They would just sink more money into the game, and all the other players were happy about it, because, you know, they would meet them somewhere and they're just shit on them, and that's it.
Just take their stuff.
Pretty much. My friend had it nice because they would pay for his stuff, right? Like, they would just like gear him up with like the best stuff, and then he would just, you know, have his time of his life, I guess. But I think most of the top guilds actually just make money off of the game, because they like sell silver, you know, to like some websites or whatever. And they say they're dumb, but we all know. We all know.
Yep. the top guilds of every season spend a lot, 100%, but they nerfed that part of it a bit. That's what Hand Ketchup says.
I don't think the top 3 guilds would spend actual money. They don't spend that. So the ZZ scene in here, if you're a good guild, if you're a top 3 guild, you make more money on ZVZs because they do not share the money with the players. They take all the money for themselves, for the guild, and they just provide the gear to the players that die. So essentially, they could be losing money if they're bad. Like if their shot colors are bad and they're losing wars, they're losing lots of gear, right? But usually the top 3 guilds are just safe with money, and they let's just say they have way more than a single person can ever make. You know, there's some really rich players, of course, that play this game forever, and they make really good decisions by buying some skins, and they went up in prices because the game got more popular and people want to buy skins, right? But those are just rare occasions of veteran players. But if you want to just start now and make lots of money, it's just gonna be difficult. The money lays in group content. You know, the more people involved, the better you are, the more money is going to be made. That's how it is. Nobody cares of those top guilds that you spend, $10,000 and you boosted your character. They don't really care about that. What they care is how much experience you have in PvP, how much players you killed, what guilds you're a part of, what other players, seen you in action. They would look at your VODs, how you play, and they'll be very critical. Because they don't want to have a player in a guild that, even if he says that, oh, I can just provide my own gear, you don't have to re-gear me after I die. A lot of these comps are really, have essential roles. So even one player being bad is just kind of ruins the whole structure,
Yeah, so it matters, but it's not like a big contributor, I guess.
I think paying actual money, it will boost your individual experience, in the game.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's gonna affect other players that much, just because there's so many players and so many good players. I don't think it's gonna affect others that much, where you can call it, just purely pay to win.
But it's also really unique though, because I think most other games you would definitely call it pay to win at that point, but with the full loot mechanic, it kind of gets rid of that inherently.
Exactly.
It's like playing Tarkov or something like that, but imagine you didn't have the box that you saved everything, and it's just if you buy a super expensive version of Tarkov or whatever, and you die, other person gets it, so now you just donated $250. It's it doesn't really affect the game a lot.
Oh, this guy in the chat just mentioned EVE Online. The game here also has a similar mechanic, where just so there's not too much money in the world, whenever you die, there's a high percentage chance of your items being destroyed, and whatever you're carrying resources, a certain percent of it is just being destroyed. So yeah, so it's not okay, this group of people have 100 million worth of gear on them, they're fighting another group that is worth 100 million. If that one group killed the other, that doesn't mean that they made 100 million. That means they made about maybe I don't know, 50% of it at best. Some of the very expensive parts of your armor, build, usually it's a weapon. If that gets destroyed, most of the money just goes bye-bye. But those EVE Online wars, yeah, I've heard about some ridiculous numbers that were transferred to IRL money. How much money actually got dumped? Yeah, it's just insane.
That game is crazy. It's actually kind of scary.
You ever checked it out?
No, I haven't played it. I've seen the articles written about it. It's oh my god.
Insane.
Alright, we're invading.
Whenever I found out about it, I was playing Albion and didn't feel like swapping,
Yeah.
I was more into this type of setup than like the starships and stuff.
Yep. I think at this point I prefer like the melee-oriented combat more than like ranged mechanics. Like guns are not usually super interactive. Usually like someone's mechanic just ends up being a bullet sponge at some point.
Who shoots more bullets?
Yeah, or better bullets.
I'm sure EVE Online has some insane mechanics that we're just not aware of, but just the idea of it all is just not it.
Wait, he's destroying shards? Mate.
Dude, he's scared, man. He might die. Go at it. He's using gloves. I don't know which ones. Just keep chasing and keep your E.
Oh, that's not ideal. Oh,
That's
it's okay.
his E, that's his E, by the way. That was his E. I don't know, man.
This guy is...
He wants out, but he's in a dead end, no?
Yeah, he's, okay. So, like, this guy, for example, just donated to me 86k
Oh,
silver because he's not a very good player. So...
that's something. That's a nice drop.
Like, and that's not a full loot environment. Like, if this is full loot, you'd be donating a lot more.
This guy is not a paid actor. Don't worry. He might look like it, but he's not.
Yeah, that guy is... I don't know. There's people that are PvE focused, and they're not, like, the best at the PvP side, but they still try to interact with the PvP content, because it gives better rewards.
He meets Micro after stream and like gets like 10 million silver or something. It's like, good job, brother.
Yep. Actually paid actor.
This whole thing's scripted. The game's fake.
It's actually a mobile ad. There's New World ads for mobile now for other games because no one knows what New World is, and they're like, oh my gosh, look at this war content. Isn't this cool? You should download our mobile game. It's like so funny. The game is degraded to that point, unfortunately. I don't know. I think this game's really fun if you don't mind the top-down aspect of it, from what I've played so far. But it's mostly because I like the PvP, like, and the risk-reward mechanics of it are really cool. It is, like, nerve-wracking, though. I imagine it's more nerve-wracking when you go in somewhere with, like, an actually, like, dissed-out set or something like that. Gold sellers getting creative. I mean, the game, like, if the game enables gold selling, gold sellers don't really exist. Because they usually don't beat the prices that devs set. Or, like, it's much harder. It's like a way that WoW combats it, too. It's like you don't shy away from it, you kind of embrace it. And then the studio profits off it, right? And then they can hire more devs, better devs. I don't know. There's, like, some of those mechanics that are, like, kind of shunned, but like sort of accepted nowadays, and they're like used as ways to get more talent. I'm sure in 5 to 10 years, New World would be a prime example for new devs on how to not run a game. Oh yeah, probably. Maybe not even in 5 to 10 years. I think it's already kind of an example. The New World Kit content looks amazing now. I forgot to change the category, didn't I? Yeah, I could change the category for you guys. Or 4.5.
No, keep it. Let newer players see how fun looks like.
The YouTube people see it anyway. Because I'm dual streaming for the first time. Yeah, I don't know how the chat works with that. I need to figure that out.
Is YouTube easy to deal with, or?
There's some dude like in China made a thing for it. Okay, my first instance of lag, and I think it's on my end. But some dude in China like made a thing for it, but like it's not super well documented because it's like written in Chinese, and but there's like ways that you can do it that you pay for, but then you have to pay like a subscription. So it's like, why would I do that when I could use the free version at least, or at least try the free version? But I think 2 days ago when we were doing a lot of this, I think I won like between 5 and 8 back-to-back 1v1s in this thing. And some of them are like actual fights, but there's definitely like 50% are like you just win, and then 50% you just, or maybe like 20% you just lose because the other guy's like way better gear. Yeah, so
It's kind
really
of the same
close.
thing in the Stalker, you know, like whenever you go up a level, it's very similar. You just play a build that you know how to play, and you know which build you're good into, or you just learn how to deal with the others, and just try. Make some money, make some fame, get better at the game.
Get good.
Death Givers, well, dude, Death Givers actually are still good. My buddy Chirillos, he used Death Givers all the times in Mists, and he found like a great success, but he was using 8.3s or 8.4s
Oh wow.
for that. So yeah, he would just like look for fights that he wants to take, and he would find great success. But he's pretty rich in the game, you know. so he would have like a 100 million tab for, you know, for his gear or whatever, and then he would actually make more off of killing other players. But a lot of times the game mechanic is in a way, because if he finds another guy that has really good gear, they end up overcharging, which basically for 30 minutes it gives you like extra 100 item power on all your gear. But after those 30 minutes, there's a chance of your items breaking, so it's not always a win, even if you win with that high of a gear. So I would say, yeah, Death Givers are still viable. I think they'll still always be viable, just because of how he works. It gives you invisibility, gives you a reset based on stacks. Really good weapon. Have you ever seen the guy OC his whole kit of breaks? Yeah, dude. I mean, I've seen this live. My guildmates, once a year after whole season ends, we would whip out like really ridiculous gear for fun. And I've seen his, what was it? Was it 8-4 Grovekeeper? I think it was 8-4 Grovekeeper just shattered while he was streaming for us. How many did you win, Nico? Right now, 2, 3?
1, 2, lost 1. The one we lost
You
was
won with
probably
the-
not winnable.
You won with the gloves and axe, right?
Yeah.
The gloves and axe.
Yeah, those are the only two we've had today. The other
You
was
lost to fire.
I don't know, it was like 7 something. Kind of.
Yeah, that was the fire guy. That was a really nasty build. Like he would probably lose against like a simple claymore sword build, you know. But he's just really good into bow and one-hand dagger users, I would say. Like, for example, remember that bow that one-shot you like a few days ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, so his build would be really good against his as well. I think that currently, like the most, I don't know if they currently, used to be, I think it was the ice, some of the ice staffs was like really good 1v1 weapons, but it's really hard to counter because ice staffs has like infinite ways to tweak your build, so it's efficient against different, you know,
Yeah, I saw a
builds.
video on it yesterday, and people were bringing that build back to the Mist, and they were getting a lot of success. You can just
And
choose all melee.
I think there is also like curse user. What was it, demonic? I think it's the staff you have in your inventory.
I sold
you
it.
get a drop from. Well, it's basically a staff that makes you like run away, you know, and it's basically just full of dots. So in Mist, it's good because you can either use it to keep attacking somebody or actually disengage. So in Mist, you'd have like room to like regain your health, and I guess it could also work here in Corrupted, since you'd be able to like fear a guy away and just run away and gain your health back and try, you know, a different way to kill him.
I haven't done the Mist yet, Wiz. That's... I don't know if I'm gonna try that today, but it's like on the list of things to try at least this week.
You should just find a wisp outside after this. Just clear the dungeon and just look at like how it looks. It's non-lethal if you find it here.
It's not? Okay. Is it just lethal if you're in red or whatever?
Yeah, red or out of their city or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, then I can do it with. I haven't done like lethal stuff a ton besides getting ganked in black zones trying to famed farm.
I mean, we almost got that guy in the roads. Okay.
Okay, yeah. I kind of messed up.
He
That was my first
very
day.
close. He was very close to not being able to mount, and he was juicy. Okay.
Where did this guy go? Oh, he's bottom right. Okay.
First center.
Bro. I'm gonna have to... I didn't want to do this, but I'm gonna have to do this. And just chill.
Oh,
I'm also out of food. It's probably fine. Do I steal the chest? I feel like I steal his chest.
I think so. He's being disrespectful right now by not fighting him.
So I could steal his loot. When I
You
invade his
should know
dungeon.
where you are. Just look at the map and you can kind of tell that you're here.
Yep. Stole his chest. Mission accomplished.
Easy. Stonks.
I don't even know why I'm trying to be secretive. He knows where I am. Oh,
Well,
he's
you can
bottom.
try 2v2s.
mid.
You can get a build that will be kind of compatible with yours right now, so you wouldn't have to really switch anything.
I'm down whatever you think will... That will probably be pretty fun, then we can play together.
Yeah. Let me just quickly figure out what the exact build for that is. Because it's like a engage disengage type of weapon that supports you to help you lock somebody down, but also if it fails, you can like escape. That's, you know, like reset.
This guy's down here somewhere. I don't exactly know where. He's in this area. He's like down there last time. Oh.
Okay, I found one interesting one.
Curse? Fire.
Basically his robe. Wait, yeah, his robe would like make you run away here. So just wait for him to use it.
Yeah, he's already used it.
Oh, he's not using the special video of it, so I would just go for it. Oh, you just go for it. Go for it. No. I think you would have been able to kill him if you just press your chest and like go for it, you know.
Like that.
Yes. Yeah, that he should have won. He had all the tools to win, but he used them really poorly, you know.
Yeah. I feel like I took a lot of damage in that early fight. Like I probably could have played that a lot better.
I think so. At that one point, when if you would have after he used his firewall and the frost shield, if you pressed your chest piece, you just killed him. Straight up killed him. Then you just right click on him and let it happen, you know, or left click, whatever.
Yeah, I for some reason thought he had more.
Nah, he's pretty also stationary when he's trying to do stuff like his cast times or something, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So he can't like completely kite you out. But still, you win, he loses. That's all that matters, right?
You don't know they're fighting against the #1 take on New World, poor guys. Oh god.
He doesn't know.
The #1 take on New World that's using daggers.
He doesn't know that he's fighting the one.
Built different. Is there a way to get last place in the war in this game while still being the best player on the roster? Probably. I don't know how war rankings work though. I imagine it comes down to watching VODs. Is there a ranking system for how people do in like GVG? Or I don't know what it's called. Guild versus guild or... Silver not here. I'm not sure.
Sorry, what were you asking?
Is there... Well, how's the ranking system work with guild versus guild? But per players? Is there like, this player did the most damage?
So,
or...
where you are right now, if you finish the boss and then look at your stats and there's something called infamy. So there's like infamy for each thing. The more infamy you have, you're more likely to queue against somebody with similar queue and infamy. You know?
Gotcha.
So if somebody's really successful, let's say has tons of infamy, the first in line to fight him will be other guy with tons of infamy, but if there's nobody ready to fight him, you know, they might be, you know, queuing with like the worst players, I guess. But also that means he has more to lose and you have more to gain, because killing a player that has more infamy, you would end up gaining way more infamy as well, and you don't lose much by losing. So, and there's ranking thing on the top. There's a button for you to click that has rankings, and it shows you based on what content you do. You get a rank.
So maybe I can get last place Crush, but I don't think the scoring system's probably as bad as New World, where some of the best players get scored last.
I'll be back in like a minute.
Okay. So this is the last one I'm gonna do, and then we'll do something else. I ran out of energy. That's just not ideal. So then I can't use abilities. Actually might disengage here, and then make sure I get my energy before I redo it. There's like better gear that I could run that would like fix this problem, but I'm not running it right now because I'm going with the budget build. I can look at gear in the meantime. See what's worth something. It's 8,000. This is the big piece. There's a few items I made like, well, 280 apparently. I think I have like 2 mil to my name right now. Yeah, 2 mil. And I started with like silver gave me like 1.5, I think. So I've earned like 500. But I have like a 50k build, right? So it's like, it's a really cheap one still. But I could go for a more expensive one. Video games are so bad, I'm about to take up board games. Dude, board games are good. There's also board video games. Like, if you know Catan, like there's a Catan game now. It's pretty good. Alright, trying to save on mana.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry for that.
I'm almost done.
Oh, you're fine. I'm gearing up anyways.
Oh, I'm out of mana. Alright, we're good. No mana needed. It's T7. Which is this worth? Yeah. No, that's a T8 Eternal Soul. It's like 8k. I think we sell stuff. We do stuff with silver. Do they have cards against humanity online? I hope not. Dude, that would be scary. How much is my recall? 4k? Or I can just go back 2 zones. I probably want to recall, it's a little far. I feel like at this point I don't really care about 4k. I have 2 mil. We made a mistake of trying to get back with like 400k worth of stuff on us that we got from other players, and it cost 50k to recall, and I died. So now I'm like,
He rich, man. He rich.
don't really care as much. New update looks dope. Is this the console port? No, this is the mobile port.
Buying or selling?
So I'm just selling the stuff that we just got, basically. Just deciding if I want to sell it or not. This is worth a lot, I think. It's probably worth selling at that point. Seeing if the delta's big enough to be worth it. It's pretty big. I don't really care about when I recoup the stuff right now. I'm not like, don't need the money immediately too, so soul orders just generally make sense.
I'm gonna invite you to the party. I'm not using my other character because I didn't level anything yet, so.
So look at
That would've
this.
been possible.
You can see the history of what items sold for. Which is so cool and so useful. So I guess see this sold at like 95, and now there's ones on there for like 80, right? So like I could undercut this guy at 80, but there's only like one, right? And then it jumps back up, and I saw that there's one that sold at 95. So I could actually, like, by looking at this, I can see that it's probably worth me selling at like one below the next guy. If that makes sense.
Yeah, there's a lot of very not very popular items. People trying to sell things like by making sell orders. So for you to actually sell it, you either sometimes have to like undercut him by 1 silver, or sometimes 20,000 silver, or like a third of a value, or just take the buy order that is available and not wait like a week before somebody feels like using that item.
Yep.
And all these graphs will tell you how popular the item is. a certain location.
Shy.
It's just so cool that it's like all there, I guess. If I wanted to buy this like scrap of hide, then I could see what the buy price was in the last 24 hours, 7 days, or 4 weeks. Like, why isn't this in New World? Like, just put it in the game. Oh, it's like basic stuff that's like really useful. Oh, I need food and a Gigantify potion. I would T5 is what I've been doing.
Yeah, hold on. I'll pass you some special food, okay?
Okay. I got my potions, so I got 2 potions. Oh, and then I could use all these and get a bunch of silver.
Hold on, here.
Keep walking away.
Here, use that instead. This is pretty good one.
Alright.
So it's like having soup and damage food at the same time.
Yeah, increases damage in regen. Nice. Man, it's worth a lot.
Pretty good. Also, hold on.
You can't even bulk buy a new world, you have to buy... Oh yeah, the stacks of 100 health pots. Dude, the stacks of health pots triggers me so bad because I always deal with health pots in New World. Like, you can't do that.
Use that one.
What is that?
For this. So the way this cape works, it will leave a lava puddle under somebody that when you attack. And the whole idea of this build is to lock one person down. I'm gonna knock away their healer or the other person, while you just murder that one guy that is just gonna cry and not gonna be able to move.
So it's gonna be in lava, and I'm just gonna auto attack them down.
Yeah, it's just gonna trigger. You're gonna see it on TV how it works, but I have the exact same one. So basically, I'll just also just stun them, trigger the lava, and we'll see what happens. Normally, you would have what you call it? You would have the stun W, but since you don't have it, we're just gonna wing it, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I could get... I think I could use... No, I can't use it yet. I have to be level 70. So
Nice.
yeah, I can't use it.
You're good. You're good with what you have. Alright, let me... I'm gonna
why
use
I'm
a
trying to
trick
level
here.
stuff.
I hope it still works, okay?
So
Because I have maps that are spawning the portals that we're gonna use. And there was a trick to make it spawn close to you.
Oh. Long live Vinland from Aldrin. Yo.
Okay, it worked. Not that far.
Got a fellow Vinland recruit. Yeah, Aldrin, we're gonna call us Silver.
Vinland?
Yeah, we got Aldrin, the healer.
Oh my god. Aldrin! My boy.
The OG company.
Honest prices.
Most goated healer.
I know, he's so underrated.
Stay honest.
He was my personal healer for a while. I mean, our group.
Aldrin the goat.
Just meet me. Meet me in
Side?
Elden Hill.
Okay.
Yeah, yellow zone.
New cape looks nice.
Yeah, it looks cool. Let's go.
Look cooler than my cape before. It's also like worth twice my set though. My set is cheap.
He sells it right after I leave.
Your moose is faster.
Moose is great, dude. I raise a lot of them.
You raise mooses?
Yeah.
That's your pastime?
I mean, I guess I could invite you to my island. I have like a few islands, and we can just kind of see what's up.
Oh my god.
Just run away from this mob.
Tank him.
Oh, hey, all power to you. Ooh,
Alright,
the Tribunal. One of the worst maps.
So I've never been in here before.
Nah, we just kill stuff.
It's
Same
pretty
idea.
normal to me. So I'm spawning the
There's many
pools
maps
along
though.
this.
So like you see the corrupted one is like the same one almost, just kind of tweaked a bit.
Just made
Here's
15k.
actually like two maps, you know. The way this works, you don't get teleported to somebody's dungeon. Whenever you go from a map to map, that's your only chance to invade. But we can be invaded at any moment.
Okay. Big pull. Are you good?
I'm fine. I'm just fine.
Alright. Getting a little low there.
Like, I think the beginning edge.
You are the tank man in this game.
I don't even use a tank passive to get the aggro from mobs.
Better.
I use there's two passives on the chess piece. One is for getting 300% more aggro, which usually what tanks picks. Or you can lower their max health by damaging mobs.
Oh.
Pick the other option. By the way, I do not get regen like you. My food gives me CC duration. Okay.
Oh. So I could say, why are you so low? At the same time, I'm also relatively low, but we're good.
Ah, we're fine. We're fine.
What the heck is that? You locked him down from so long.
Yeah, that's why this is so gilded.
We might have tried to tank all the imps at the same time, because I thought it'd be fun. On the bright side, we leveled up our jacket.
This also should be slightly more profitable, even if we don't face anybody.
I'm like twofer, but I just ran it down versus like 15 people.
Oh, there's somebody here. Okay.
Ooh, we got invader.
So let me scout them, and then I'll give you a name, and we're gonna go with killing that person. Okay?
Okay.
Tell me if you see him somewhere. Try not to auto, even if they like walk up, until I call a target.
Alright. Just don't commit to anything.
Yeah. Oh. Gloves
Bot left.
and dagger pair. We're gonna. Let me check quickly. We're gonna go for the gloves. Ares demon, okay?
Yeah.
I think I marked him with this skull.
Yeah, I assume.
Go for it.
Dead?
Oh, there you go. That's fun.
BMing.
I poison him. There you go.
Queen.
Easy. Easy. Now let's collect the reward, because we're goated. The idea with like the healer comp, we always go for the DPS unless he has really good defenses, and I just punch away with Biz, the
Oh.
healer, so he cannot heal. Oh, you should do it. No, I have premium too. There you go. Yo, the money.
My God, look at that, 250K.
Yo, that's a torch, man.
I'm putting it on. No, I'm just kidding.
we made more money than than any other guy, like a new guy would make in like what, 5 hours?
Why is it telling me to restart the game?
I don't know.
It says it's empty.
Games, because the game's excited for you. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, this is true. You did.
So now there's a possibility we dive somebody.
Ooh.
Yeah, we'll see.
Then we can kill him again.
Planes. No. So we just PvE. Follow me. There's a chalice that gives what you call it? More experience. We're gonna get a buff.
I'm so fast. I have so much lifesteal with this build that you just like tank everything. It's so nice.
Very convenient. That's how I like it. There's like this one and Battle Axe. Those two are my favorite to like do solo stuff because of the sustain they provide. Grab that and we're gaining what? More time for a little bit.
Good luck, Golden, on the Nisa grind. I haven't done the EU Wars yet for New World League stuff, but it just looks pretty fun. I feel like I'm not going to be playing New World a lot for the next 4 months. Because no content. And even then, like,
Zalbin is better.
yeah, this game's kind of just better. I need to reinstall to get my mount skin. I forgot about that. They said that in a video today, right? They're like, oh, make sure to reinstall the game before the big launch to get your mount skin. It's like, what? It's like, why?
Is this real?
Yeah.
What?
I don't know. Some marketing thing. I don't know what that is,
Same
but it's
idea.
cool.
They should spawn on west. Don't show too much. Stay back a little bit. And yeah, that's perfect. Then I'll try to scatter them out quickly. Here they are. Hold on. It's a life touch. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna go for the bubbly fish guy, and I'm gonna punch away the healer. Okay.
Okay.
We're gonna do it in 3, 2, 1.
Moderate success? Not really.
Just run away, run away, run away, run away.
Passive heal. Oh.
Just run away. Should be able to slow him down.
I'm bleeding out.
If you don't die, do you die?
Yeah.
Oof.
Enjoy the gold. Yeah, I did not get the damage in that time. 4 stacks on you? Yeah.
I think screwed up my combo there. You know.
Yeah, you like started walking away a bit, but at the same time I didn't really land a ton of stuff. But we lose nothing.
Also,
'cause-
also his E cleanses. Let me try to use this. Oh my god. Oh my.
Wait, should I put
Oh,
on
the-
this torch? Could I still sell it if I put it on?
Yes. Are you able to put it on?
No. Wait, yes, no, no. It's too good for me.
Okay, there is one that is not that far. This way. Maybe we just try, because you don't have a stun, maybe we just try to go all in on healer instead. Maybe. But I think that life curse, that staff,
Yeah.
would have just cleansed all your buffs. And that just wouldn't work that well. Side though. There's a high chance we're gonna fight him again.
We win next time.
Yeah, we get him.
Or we can go roads. If there's not a portal. But actually, no, I have
Like,
250k
just
on me.
spawn
Let's
them.
not go roads.
No, we just spawn him. I just have to, after this one, I have to just go back to city and get more. Check this out. That's the spawn thing.
But how do I
Don't
use it?
use it now, but
Oh.
you just in your inventory click it and there's a use button,
Okay.
and then it shows you on the map where it spawned. But it has like a, I think, 3-zone radius or something. So that's why I use quite a few of them too, so we don't have to run far.
Hmm.
They also do randomly spawn in the world because you ran by them before, right? But this way you don't have to like look. And before, quite a while back, they would just randomly spawn. And you would have to find them. And even before that, there was what you call it? There was just like a certain spot where you would have to go to get it, kill a bat, and it would spawn a portal. And people would contest those, so
Oh, like, okay, gotta give people the way to create these.
yeah. So they figure out a way. But they were fun. I remember fighting at those gates more than inside the hell gates. Oh, instant. Hell yeah. Let me check him out. There should be somewhere to the north. There he's. Same people. Let's try to bait out his big E and then go full on the healer, okay?
Okay.
Don't use your auto. Alright, go for healer and 3. No, right now. Go for it. Yeah, that might be a bit difficult.
Dude, the lock.
Yeah, that's the cleanse. I guess just try to run away.
Yeah, no, I think I'm
If
done.
you can. I can.
I've got 4 dots on me. I think I'm hosed.
You're going to the dead end.
Yeah. I mean, I'm dead anyway to
Turn on,
dots.
turn on. Oh.
Beat that.
No, this is a difficult one for us, because they have a way to just repel you. Try to use your thing, see where it spawns. Got to use your gate.
It spawned Bronze Hill.
Yeah, we're not going there. Let's go quickly to town right here. If you want, you can depot your stuff. I don't know what's your weight.
Not heavy, but
I'll buy more portals. Not quite sure. I don't feel like swapping set to try to counter this, you know? And I
Yeah.
don't think we would win even if I went healer.
I think the curse warlock's just like better in the matchup than my build without the stun. Like I think I would need the stun for it to
Yeah, for sure.
be better. Is there scaling in these too?
Some.
Limited.
Yeah.
I should probably buy another potion actually.
I have lots to trade. Made a profit?
Okay, I should be.
You gotten into fur refinery? No, I am not fur refinery at all. I'm not doing any refinery. We are just PvPing.
You might actually look into that later on. If you click I and open your side tab, there's something called focus.
Yeah. 30,000 of
And
that.
30,000 is the cap.
Hmm.
If you refine or craft while using focus, you get some like resource return. So that's kind of a way to make money. Refining resources is pretty much the only way you can make money in the city. Crafting is not viable. Okay, let's go northeast and the northwest. Right on the gate there's a portal.
Like black query?
Northeast. Northeast. Elden Hill and then Lutson Hill.
Okay, I see. East north. Basically additional refining while you have focus free money. Okay.
Alright, put you to work on my island. Gonna
Be a moose tamer?
planting wheat
Oh no.
or carrots, I guess, first.
What if you spawn the portal and then someone else goes through it before us?
It doesn't actually spawn until you get in like the range.
There's no portal sniping?
Nope. I really wish to fight somebody else though.
Yeah. Not the anti-CC build?
Yeah. I guess trying to go for healer doesn't work because he has the fear, and we don't have a cleanse. So,
Did I
we
take a
definitely, if we
cleanse?
beat him, we definitely go for, the damage, the curse guy.
Don't I have the option to take a cleanse? Yeah, I can take break free instead of refreshing sprint if we go against them.
Did they CC you? Or lock you down?
Fear.
Nah, then that doesn't really work well.
Okay.
The only way to counter that is to cleanse him. Or be range. So, which we don't have either of that. Oh, there's a boss. Come.
lava makes it really fast to farm them.
Yeah.
Oh wait, this is the boss. I was like, should I use anything?
So there's just different maps all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of makes it cool, I guess. It's not monotone. You sounded angry there for a second.
Yeah. It's not good fame. It's... Trying not to nuke myself. Alright, mission accomplished, did not nuke myself. Nice. Fast clears.
Yeah.
What?
I guess he really doesn't like you. I think we just have to go here.
If someone invades now.
No. Never happens that late. Locks the chest. No, you gotta fight first. Let's see if we fight or not.
That would be funny. Back to back to
Yeah.
back.
I don't know how many two-man, players would be playing this now, but I'd say more than 4.
About in Europe.
And let me find out who they are. There it is. Same ones.
Wow. Wow.
Okay, go for the...
I went for break free.
Okay, just go. Go for the damage dealer here in 3, 2, 1. Oh, I didn't push him fast enough.
Why is he not
Maybe.
dying?
Because he has lots of defenses and a healer.
He's not dying at all. Why does he have a pocket healer and a 2v2? You can win it, I believe.
I might need to buy a different helmet.
Is that the helmet the healer said?
No, there's a helmet that I can cleanse things with, and there's a helmet where I can silence.
You got a silence?
Yeah, sounds pretty good.
What's my helmet do? My helmet's not useful in that mode. Or not very useful.
What is your helmet?
It's CDR.
Oh, true.
I could use cleanse, which might be helpful.
Yeah. Yeah, actually. Oh, well, it's cleanse from you, not cleanse on them, so.
Oh.
Why is it putting those gates like super far? Okay, this one's not bad.
Off to see the moose. This is probably about my last one, because
No, that sounds good.
Don't want to be too sleep deprived. Although you'll
Here
be.
we go. We tried to kill him again.
Yep.
But honestly, we did it better.
Yeah.
We did it better.
They just live forever.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure I'm doing it wrong.
My job's very simple.
Yes, I'll put as much DPS as possible.
Your job's a lot more complicated. You're like, how far do I need to knock back this healer so that he cannot heal? And stun this other dude.
Listen, we do this 100 more times and I'll be ready.
Yep. What's the largest amount of people you've seen fight at the same time in this game?
To the max. It was, the zone was clustered. I don't know. What is this? Like 400 players?
That's crazy.
It gets ridiculous, man. I was a battle mount player, so I had a pretty good view of the battle. But oof, it gets hectic. You know, then it's not about how good of a player you are. It's about how good of your shot color is.
A few good shot callers, or a lot? Are there a lot?
Somebody's asking for an NA or fresh start. It is NA.
Oh, yeah,
Not a fresh
he's
start.
joking. Oh, wait, no, he's
Oh.
not. No, I forgot about that, because there's that for EU.
Yeah. I mean, there's Asia as well. There's
Oh,
Asia,
right.
EU, and NA now. Oh, let's hope it's not them. I'll just fight somebody else for the end. No, it is different. Okay, back away a little bit. We're gonna go for the other guy. The El Pipis. El Pipis.
Yeah.
Let me refresh my food because it was almost out. Ready?
Yep, I'm popping food. Real quick. We're good.
In 3, 2, 1. Run away if you can.
Yep, doing that.
He is.
I have 5
chasing me.
HP.
Yeah, he's chasing me though.
Do I passive heal here, or does it take forever?
Ooh. You should be able to soon.
Alright, I'm gonna start walking back towards you. How's your health?
Very, very low.
Okay.
I'm out of combat right now, but
Oh, I see him. He's 1 bar. Oh wait, that's a defeated dude. Back in a few.
Ooh. Stun him.
Dead.
Nice. Oh my goodness, I don't know how I outran him. Dude.
Yeah.
That long laser. It was close. I'm glad he started chasing me instead of you, because
I had 5 HP. I actually only had 5 HP.
Calculated, brother. Oh, it's a
Ooh,
purple one.
purple.
Okay. Ready? Big money.
This.
40k fame. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad.
Not 98k off a bag?
You have a 4-3 bag. That's pretty good.
Oh, do we share the same thing, or do you have a different thing?
No, you have your own. I have my
Oh,
own.
okay.
It's basically one chest gets split in half. Sometimes player gets like this chest contained like that 4-3 bag. It just gets to me or you. You know, it's just that's how it
Okay.
is. Lucky.
Wanna do one more? Alright.
Yeah, I mean, we're here.
Yeah, true. You got a point.
Let's try these same guys again. You know.
True. But what's the
Bridges.
first guy?
Ah, fight right away. This is nice. I like it.
I have 2005 HP and I will use all of it.
Same guys. Okay. Full on the DPS guy in 3, 2, 1. Oh, that didn't work. Turn on healer again. Right now.
I don't have burst.
Oh, just do it. Just do it anyways. Now turn back on the DPS.
I think we're dead. Yeah.
You think?
Yeah.
That was not a bad try.
No,
They
it's
were both
closer. It's the wrong thing. I got the counter build.
I mean, this is like the healer build, and I think played properly, we should be able to counter that, you know?
Yeah.
But obviously we're not playing it properly.
Just diving.
Yeah, I think also I'm overdoing like the helmet part, right? Like I could actually use a cleanse or something. You know? Because the way they're winning is literally by fearing us away, right?
Yep.
And whenever we were doing the DPS, he managed to turn on his Mage Robe, which cleansed your chest buff.
So I'm not really doing DPS.
Yeah, you were attacking him, but not to your full potential. But I mean,
Still took home
you've made
a lot
some
of
money,
loot.
right?
Oh yeah, a lot. Like 350k.
Yeah, not terrible.
Mm.
Where's your fame at? 1.6 mil. That's not bad. That's not bad, you know. For like the low end content,
Yeah.
1.6 mil fame right now is not that bad, to be honest. And you have 5.5k infamy and solo 365 in 2v2s. That's not bad.
So they took. Did they still have 5v5 Hellgates and 10v10 Hellgates, or did they take those away?
Yes.
Okay.
No, they're here. They're here. They're way more competitive, I would say.
Hmm.
You know, like there's meta to everything, let's say, but just because you have way more people to coordinate, so if there's actual good group, they'll basically wipe the lobby, we can call it, you know.
Gotcha.
So to start with, there's not very many 10v10 groups running. 5v5 is probably a bit more. But when it comes to 10v10s, it's literally sometimes one group running it, and they'll just dominate. It came to a part where actually people go budget builds, you know, kind of like you do now for the for the corrupted. They do PvE build, so they clear the floors as fast as possible, and they don't care about winning the fight if it comes to it, you know. They just grind the infamy and points.
Satisfied?
Yeah, why can't I sell my torch?
Buying or selling?
My inventory is empty. Oh, is it because I'm on
Oh,
tier
this
5?
guy added me
Oh,
to friends.
funny.
It's his bio says yo mama's balls.
Nice.
Let's see my repair build. Let me build up for this party. 116k. I guess could have been worse.
A lot?
Beta.
Well, I guess maybe not for you. You're like, I'll just sell another moose. I appreciate the help.
Yeah, no problem. I'll try to get my other character started on some weapons, and then I'm gonna try to find some kind of guild for us.
My
That won't be anything that will require us to do much, but also will provide some players to do some like group dungeon statics or something, you know. Maybe we find some rich guys that can just be our sugar daddies or something.
Find a PvE guild. Could find a sugar daddy.
Yeah, those are the goals.
Like, we'll pay for your build if you beat these guys in PvP.
Yeah, we do. What is it? There was a movie about where they just pay to do weird stuff. Yeah, I don't know. There might be some guild out there that just pays you to do stuff.
welcome, friend.
I don't think we're desperate that though.
No, we're good.
Yeah, I can always log back into this account and just boost our economy a bit.
It's also true. I mean, I've got a good amount of change.
I already transferred what you call it? I transferred 10 million silver to the alt account, and I'm not gonna provide any more to it, you know,
Yeah.
and then see where we get.
hopefully up. They got 2.15 mil now. We started with 500 or 1.5. So we gained 500 mil, or sorry, 500k. Not bad.
Can you really swap to your mobile and play the same game in tune?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it works. Aside from linking your account to Steam, there's actually just like a login idea where you just put your email and password, and you can, like, let's say Micro is doing 1v1s all day. He doesn't feel like selling, so he just puts everything in the chest, and then he goes to bed, logs into his phone, and then just kind of starts selling stuff from his phone in his bed, you know, or on the couch or whatever. That's what I used to do in the past, where I would just do PvP content and fun stuff at evening, and then during work, like the low time of my work, I would just like pull out my phone and start selling stuff, prepare for another evening. Because to be real with you, like, I didn't enjoy like actually like trying to play on mobile, but like doing those chores on mobile, it feels okay, you know, since they're chores.
Lava Cape is so fun.
Yes. There's another build that I might go with.
What's it have? Serves as a secret.
It's a different staff. It's a different staff with different boots. I used it like a couple years ago. I wonder if it still would work. If you look up, press B, go to boots, or you can just go to shop, and B, that's gonna be faster to look at. Yeah, go to market and then type in Hellion shoes, I think. Yeah, Hellion shoes.
Yep.
Click on them. Look at the active. Isn't it still like, yeah? So you like press on somebody, you become invisible, and then you show up right on top of them. And I used Soul Scythe. If you type that in, along with my buddy who was on the Bloodletter, which is a dagger weapon.
I don't, no idea how you spell scythe. Oh, I got close enough. Well, that's expert soul scythe.
That's good enough. But the E of it is like a tornado
Yeah.
that knocks people up for quite a bit, and when you're knocked up, you can't really do anything. So you would use that to lock people in place with the lava underneath, and my buddy would use a different dagger, which is Bloodletter. If you look that up and look at the E, you'll kind of understand the purpose.
Oh, I've seen this dagger used a bit. Dash for his target position. Oh yeah.
It's really good. With combination of good armors and helmet pieces, which we would have one Fiend Cowl. If you look that up, that's like a target cleanse. So if somebody would use like the cleric robe or fiend robe or something that would prevent us from killing, you instantly use that, and it's a fiend cowl. Yeah, there you go. You instantly use that, and you don't have to worry about those defenses anymore. You know.
Yep.
And it's like a range ability, like, so you throw it from the range. Yeah. So we might experiment sometimes, you know, figure something out to see if some of the old tricks still work, you know.
Yep. It's the most expensive tier 8 thing.
Yeah, that's a good advice in chat.
Like,
figure out your style and then going with it. Yeah.
Hey, roll assassin and go from there. Gotcha.
Just figure it out.
Got everything?
What are you looking at? Like the most expensive things?
Yeah.
Buying or selling?
Well, how much are command members right now?
Like, well, no, there's some listed for 224.
Well, those might be like overpriced for no reason. What is the cheapest command mammoth there is?
There's only 3 on the market. They're all 224.
Yeah, you don't do that. I don't know why people do that. So, the way you sell those type of items, you you go to Discords and you
Oh
trade
yeah.
because the tax is actually killing your profit on the market, you know?
Yep.
It's like just posting that on the market had to cost them quite a few millions.
An
So I
EU
don't know.
command members are 500 mil right now. Oh my god.
Oh shit.
Is everyone playing on EU now because it's a new server now or something?
Is there a way to transfer my command mammoth to EU to sell it for money or something? I wish I could do that.
So you out of on New World? Probably not gonna actively play New World for the next 4-ish months, like maybe Warlog, but like I don't see a reason to continue to play the game actively. There's no new content, and the content that's in there is rather dull at the moment because it's has tons of bugs. So it's like, why play New World? Game dead, GG. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's gonna be better when they fix stuff, but like, people are not doing wars right now because there's so many bugs with the game. Like, there's no purpose to play the game.
Listen, New World gives me reason to play it, even I will come back. It has to be a good reason though, because
You can
right
play-
now it's not appealing to me much.
You can play on your Xbox or your PlayStation.
Okay, I'm logging back in, boys.
Oh
I'm
no.
gonna dust off my old Xbox.
But you have to pay for a new version of the game.
Okay, never mind.
And your progress doesn't transfer over.
Okay. Yeah, no, the couch gaming doesn't seem so appealing anymore.
Look at all, I'm genuinely excited to cook the console players. You're just gonna bully them? Oh no. I feel like that's what's
Ooh,
gonna
that-
happen though.
Bro, the OPR is gonna look a bit crazy.
Oh.
There's gonna be like Xbox players mixed with PC players. Oof. I feel like it could swing like really hard one or the other way. It won't be like equal. But I mean, I remember when we used to like coach players. I used to coach like the Axe Hammer guys how to play the role. And I remember there was a guy in our guild who really struggled with how to use properly the combos. And about 30 minutes into session, he used some interesting words that basically led me to believe that he plays on a controller. And I'm like, yo, bro, are you playing on a controller by any chance? And he's like, yes. And I'm like, dude, what?
In New World?
So I'll tell you, yeah, New World. He had some kind of like the Steam deal or whatever that allowed him to map out so he played on the controller, you know, New World. and, and I'm like, listen, bro. So for this coaching session, I can tell you, you're really good player for what you're using, you know. And I don't think you're gonna be able to progress much more than what you are now. So yeah, I can't remember exactly what we did with him at that point, but I was quite shocked, you know. Because I remember giving quite a bit of tips to like Christine and stuff, and he would like progressively get a bit better. But like this guy just hit a wall with his skill, and I think the controller was the issue. So I wonder if, you know, he was like the peak of it. So when the Xbox player is gonna try, you know, the axe and hammer, if that's gonna look very, very similar to that what I just, you know, witnessed back then.
Like, I got rolled in the duel. It lost like 1 HP bar.
I mean, when you're dueling, the IP it doesn't scale down, so
Oh, he has less gear actually. Oh, he has
Yeah, so he's,
invisibility.
what,
Why does he have
11?
T8 invisibility potions?
I have no idea, man. I have no idea. Like
Oh.
I've seen some ridiculous things on Albion.
How
But I
much?
mean, I showed you a couple of
Man,
those.
spending 24K per pot? What? My entire set's
You say they
50.
are only tier 8, but
Oh,
like show your IP.
they only come in T8? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
My,
but still, like using invis potions for this or whatever
wait, where
whatever
do you
you're
see
using.
IP? I forget. Is it stats?
Yeah, just pop out. This is your IP. So he had like what 200 on you. On the top it says your IP. Average item power.
I was looking for the cash thing. I just forget where that one is.
Very important for ganking. People still invis gank like with pots.
Yeah.
Like, do you pop them to like get the gatherer? So to get rid of his mount or something? Yeah. I haven't ganked in a while. After they changed where they introduced like 8 exits into the portal, it was quite difficult to like cheese players on the gate, so I got lazy with ganking. Red zone gatherers, yo, I forgot about this. Yeah, this is legit. Yeah.
Oh, he got me that time. I was kind of hard committing now. I was curious if I could just beat him by hard committing. Could not. Didn't want to play it patient. Alright guys, I think it's bedtime. I got work tomorrow.
Work's overrated.
True, but getting paid is nice. Have you tried arenas? Not yet. This is like my third
think-
day on this game.
I think we can figure out a build for arena where we could actually play. You know, like I'll queue as a legit healer, and then I can find you a role that's viable in at least small way. You know, because now I think currently with the map there's basically 3 points to take. One close to your base, and then there's like the middle one to meet, right? So you either go full on 5v5, but it usually happens that one player from these fives that should just go to other point and end up like 1v1ing in their one guy that's trying to counter you, right? So you might be able to find some 1v1 build like this one, for example, and just split all the time, never group, you know, just rat points.
Always back up.
Yeah, pretty much. You just have to be faster. You buying a dire wolf and you just go for it, man.
Please get yellows on Miss ASAP and get some PvP practice in. Alright. We can do that tomorrow. Or something
Nah,
like
I'm gonna invite him to Kool-Aid and we're gonna do some ZVZ.
that. Oh god.
Oh, I don't think you would have much fun there. You would experience it and you'd be like, yeah, it'd be nice to reach that level, and you just still have to level because you would feel weak. Actually, there are roles to play, like support roles, which IP doesn't really matter. There are weapons where they're just basically good as they are, and having spec in it doesn't really boost the power much. Like it ups damage of it, but damage doesn't matter in it, you know, because it's so like not
So it's
significant.
tank?
There's that. There's that. But
God.
actually, tanks do give you a little bit of bonus because they give you more HP. So, but there's arcane staffs like support roles basically that you just stay there, stay back, and assist.
Oh,
Definitely crucial for the ZVZ.
Silver's trying to get me to back cap. Yep. Yeah, that's all he's trying to turn me into a rat, man.
Yeah, full on rat.
Yeah, my EU ping is like only 70 ms more. It's like honestly not that bad. I'm surprised.
Listen, we call them rats, but it feels nice when you have a good one on a team. Okay, it feels nice.
Alternatively, we can wait 125 days for the next New World update where they release stuff to console and it doesn't really affect anyone.
Less players play the game.
Actually,
We'll
just
see.
purging the player pop or like trying to be like, okay, PC players go away.
Do you have a calendar on the wall and you crossing every day like an X till the uh
I should do that.
New World update?
Oh my god. They're intentionally killing PC. I mean, they're trying to kill PC so they can claim all the stuff that's in the game as content, even though it hasn't changed in 3 years. Well, mostly. I don't know.
I mean, introducing console players is not a content. Well, maybe in a way if you allow PC players to bully them.
Yeah, that part will be content, but that's like unintended content. That's like something that they probably don't want.
Dude, that's gonna be something that discourages all these console players even faster than they discourage the PC players with whatever they did to the game.
God. Some PC players gonna drop some console invented slur or something like that. They're all gonna get scared.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that.
Maybe the Zim enjoyers will have a chance.
Right, Mika, it was good playing with you. I'm gonna hit the hay again.
Yep.
Maybe just catch you sometime tomorrow or sometime later, whatever.
Sounds good. I'm gonna end the stream in a second.
Alright.
Alright.
Cheers.
Yep. Peace. So that's Albion, that's Silver. Silver is obviously very helpful. Smart lad, smarter than me. He's trying to show me around, but I'll see you guys later. Video probably won't be up tomorrow, but YouTube VOD exists, and then I'll try to turn it into a video tomorrow or something like that. For the next day after tomorrow. I'll turn it into a video tomorrow, so it'll be up like Friday or something. Alright. Peace. Everyone on YouTube, appreciate you guys coming out. I will try to fix the chat. Thanks.